Right, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who are still at the activity zone, would like to request all of you to take your respective seats in the main audience as soon as possible, as we are about to start the Google I/O Extended 2016, proudly hosted by Dialog Axiata, Sri Lanka's premier telecommunications services provider, alongside Google Developer Group, Sri Lanka. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Google I/O Extended 2016, proudly presented by Dialog Axiata, the Sri Lanka's premier telecommunications services provider, along with Google Developer Group Sri Lanka, where the family will employ its global award-winning, the Idea Mart developer ecosystem to support and promote this humongous gathering, the annual event. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are correctly aware, Dialog's Idea Mart developer ecosystem work very much closely with Global Developer Group Sri Lanka in order to engage more effectively the developers and the entrepreneurs of Sri Lanka to have an increasing collaboration, at the same time an innovation to take the Sri Lankan technology talent to the global level. And ladies and gentlemen, Google I/O is the largest developer-centric event in the world where developers, hosts, as well as tech gurus from all over the world collaborate and converge to conduct educational programs as well as showcase the new developments at the same time the new technologies whilst forming new networks with the peers and sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, Google I/O serves as an ideal platform to take and showcase the Sri Lankan technical community to the world, where the ultimate philosophy as well as the objective of Dialog is also to empower the local talent. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start the proceedings, shall we all put our hands together and give the organizers a big round of applause. Come on! To Dialog Axiata and the Google Developer Group Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. Right. To welcome all of you for this lovely gathering, now it gives me great pleasure to call upon, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Group Officer of Dialog Enterprise of Dialog Axiata PLC. Please welcome Mr. Jeremy Huxtable.
Hi, good evening everybody. Is anybody there? Good evening everybody. Thank you very much. On behalf of Dialog Axiata, I'd like to wish you all a warm welcome here this evening. It's a privilege and honour for Dialog to drive this year's event in partnership with Google and the Google Developers Group. Google I/O provides an annual platform to explore the experience and the latest trends in technology, mobile and beyond. It gives the chance to see what's possible, and it gives you the chance to dream of what might be possible. This event is unique and important in the developer ecosystem in Sri Lanka. It brings together and celebrates the developer community, the creative coders who are striving to build and deliver the next big leap forward. More than 20 years ago, Dialog began to deliver the digital age to Sri Lanka and began to break the digital divide. Now, with its footprint across Sri Lanka, Dialog delivers to you the opportunity to develop products and services for 10 million consumers, 2 million households, and Sri Lanka's leading businesses, SMEs, startups, and government entities. This country and community-wide reach makes Dialog the perfect partner to host and drive Google I/O 2016 here tonight. Together, we can create a catalyst to grow entrepreneurship and build more digitally aware consumers and businesses in Sri Lanka. Tonight we will be showcasing multiple Sri Lankan products and services which, together with the right domain knowledge and expertise, can create valuable services to businesses and customers. A long-term sustainable business proposition from you to them. The projects showcased here tonight have the potential to disrupt traditional ecosystems and create a meaningful change to how we interact with our customers. This will help deliver an environment in which we can create globally competitive companies, products and services. These solutions cover a wide range of market segments, from consumer technology to education, from health to payment methodologies. These are unique, innovative and exciting, with mobile connectivity and the consumer at the forefront of the thinking and development. I'm sure tonight is going to be exciting, fun and tiring. It's really fabulous to see so many people here and to be part of something which I'm sure you'll all remember for a long time to come. Have a great evening, and on behalf of Dialog, please enjoy yourselves and don't forget to go to work tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. The Chief Group Officer of the Dialog Enterprise of Dialog Axiata PLC, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeremy Huxtable, welcoming all of you to Google I/O Extended 2016. Right. Next, it's about the technological transformation, where what we experience at the moment, where the technology, the capabilities are changing every day, every second as we speak. To talk about the Dialog's involvement in digital services, especially here in Sri Lanka, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Head of Finance and Strategy at Dialog Axiata PLC, Mr. Kyle Thornburg.
Good evening to all of you. I'm just going to share some experiences and share with you how we've transformed as an organization to meet the new digital era. I think most of you would agree that we are actually in the midst of a storm. I'm not talking about the weather outside, but actually a digital storm. And that's why we all gathered here today as well, as a community, as an ecosystem. Because why? We know that everything is getting connected. There'll be almost 50 billion devices connected out there by 2020. There'll be more than 5 billion users connected to the internet by 2020. There'll be more than 10 devices in the average middle income earner connected. He'll have 10 connected devices. And you've seen the transformation where everything has become a thing. Yeah? With IoT and all the development that has taken place. So what does this mean? This means there will be 50 times growth in the digital universe. We are just in the small fragments of it. But by 2020, this will all be 50x growth from now on. So what does that mean? This has created, as Jerry highlighted as well, new business opportunities, new services that we can introduce, traditional companies being under threat, and creation of new ecosystems and businesses. So we are entering into a stage of a digital society where enterprises will embrace or fail the digital experience. There will be interactions, there will be engagements, and as you know, and you will see throughout the rest of the night, there will be new models in traditional environments such as commerce, payments, health, and education, which you've all obviously seen in the demo area already. So, what does this mean? There are certain imperatives for young entrepreneurs, young startups, even mature organizations entering digital services and offering services to consumers. Any service in any business, even be it digital, needs to be relevant. If you don't address the social economic impacts of the service you do, it will be irrelevant. It will just be a buzz out there and it will fade away. There has to be a social cause, and especially in Asia, it should bridge the digital divide. You realize there's more than 36% of South Asians who live under $1.25 a day of income. So our products and services need to go and reach the bottom of the pyramid consumers. Further, the experience we create needs to be, which we call roads. If you see all the new disruptive technologies, such as Uber of the world, Airbnb of the world, they have few common elements, few common traits. What are those? They give you real-time access, it's on demand, all online, and it allows customers DIY, meaning you have to give consumers the choice to play around and help you develop your own product and service. Plus, you must embrace social awareness. Allow commentary, take that feedback positively and build your business. So all successful business, including, if I share a small example, if you take how we transform our customer service through our own self-care app, where we basically enable consumers to actually manage their own needs on demand and online and do it themselves. where we have more than 500,000 downloads today, and them not actually physically visiting our stores and giving that digital experience to them. And this was recognized at the Mobile World Congress Awards as well, where we won an award for all of this consumer creation. So Dialog has seeded, like Jerry said, from 20 years back, with its own vision of providing multi-sensory connectivity and the ethos of empowering and enriching Sri Lankans and enterprise lives, and the belief that digital transformation will flatten economic pyramid and create an equal opportunity for people to live. Plus the future, where we've already invested over 1.7 billion US dollars in digital infrastructure in the country, has allowed people to create and have services offered to Sri Lankan consumers. Our philosophy of inclusion, where if you see the IdeaMart platform, where we allow startups to access the large telco API inventory and opening up to even competition by allowing our platforms like EasyCash to be interoperable, has allowed this inclusive approach. So the challenge to you in developing all these very interesting and revolutionary products, to consumers it must be frictionless, and to enterprises it must be key enablers. And that's the challenge when you're coming out with digital services. So if you look at our transformation as an organization from a telco, we've been successful to create this new core around 5 main verticals. Commerce for your everyday transactions around day-to-day retail, health, and even bookings from movie tickets and so on. Financial services from basic products such as mobile wallets, contactless payment, NFC ecosystem that we've created, plus a showpiece for 2016. We will be giving you a new product where you can transform your online businesses instant into a payment receiver, where we will introduce a new product today in terms of where you can aggregate payments. You don't need to go and have signed different agreements. You can power your business directly with our integrated payment solution. Digital advertising, where you can reach Dialog's 10 million strong consumer base with 84 targeting criteria so that you serve your customer right and reach that customer with your products and services. Digital edutainment, you would have seen where we've revolutionized the way people learn through online learning. And the new area that we've introduced in terms of IoT and tracking and services such as IoT services. This is you're all too familiar with. We've enabled all these services by opening up our platform through IdeaMart and IdeaBiz and giving it to you, the power to you to create your own service platforms. So with that, I wrap up my discussion here today, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's proceedings and all the fantastic products that we are showcasing tonight. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Mr. Kyle Conrad, ladies and gentlemen, talking to you about the Dialog's involvement in digital services here in Sri Lanka, the head of finance and strategy at Dialog Axiata PLC. Right, couple of announcements before we move on to the next presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the dinner is ready, but I know it's been too early for you all. But if anyone feels starved, you can start enjoying the dinner, and you are kindly requested to go in batches of 200 to the back of the hall and collect your dinner packs. At the same time, for our friends from the activity zone at the back of the hall, would like to request all of you to reduce the volumes of all your audio instruments a bit, so that the voices and everything which has been transpired from the main dais area will get transpired to the back of the hall. So thank you very much to our friends from the activity zone area. It's better if you can reduce the volumes of all your audio instruments. Thank you very much. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, we're going to move on to our first presentation now. He's initially gained his experience in the global banking industry, assessing the risks and innovatively re-engineering processes to enable efficiency. Capitalizing on his experience, he moved into digital services, steering innovation and business development for Dialog Axiata PLC. He has been on the forefront within the digital services involved in creating the first NFC-based toll value card in South Asia for the government sector, in the transport sector, and integrated payment solutions like Journey. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about the Dialog Journey, please welcome Mr. Shafraz Basi of Dialog Axiata.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, how are you guys doing today? Okay, so let me get quickly deep into the slides. So this is actually not a presentation, this is about a conversation. So let me take you through and see what this conversation is about. So before I start, this is actually our lives, how we spend our time. 25 years sleeping. It's quite bad. 10.3 years working, 4.5 years on driving, which I think might be a bit more in the context of Sri Lanka. 1.5 years spent in the bathroom. Did we know that? 78% of the waking up time is spent on digital media. That's something I think which has gone up to from 70 to 80 to now even 99%. 1 year spent staring at women. Is it more? 8 years spent women. I think you need to tell me about that. Queuing takes 6 months, 2 years in work meetings, which I think is also a bit high in our days. So, what am I trying to tell you here? It's about the time that we spend and the time we have at hand. What is the biggest problem we have? What are we spending on? Why do we need digitization? That's what I'm talking about. That exactly brought in our inspiration for this product. Convenience and time value. These are the reasons why we brought in Genie. So, our playground bring payments. You and I know these are like the daily payments that we always make. Utility payments, subscribers, memberships for your children, for your wife, your siblings, online purchases. I'm sure you all of us are quite into that. Reservation tickets, essentials. These are the things that we spend on a daily basis. How do we pay these? Credit cards, debit cards, savings accounts, online banking, drafts, checks are still used. Loyalty cards and mobile money, add to bill, and so on. This list goes on and on. So how do we keep track on all of these things? We've got SMS alerts coming, bank statements on the other hand. Some of them are coming through emails. Printed receipts are still kept safely filed and pinned. This is the spectrum of payments in today's world for you and me, and this is the ground reality. So what are we bringing out to this world, to this country, to this community? Introducing Genie. This is a one-stop shop for all payment solutions we always wanted in our day-to-day lives. So let me take you through a bit more detail for a customer. This is a payment experience, that's what we call it. It's integrating all payment options into a single application. Single hub to purchase goods and services, which we call as in-app purchasing, which I'll take you through. For a merchant, this is an IPG, which is bringing in disintermediation. We are bringing the end user closer to your companies. Provides access to a variety of payment channels. Loyalty, value-added services are things that we think through for our businesses, for the companies we work with. So in the context of a customer, what is Genie? These are the things that we are bringing in as innovation to the community. All payment modes in one place, All of the payment modes that you saw will be in one place, and that will be Genie. All channels in one place. We are looking at over-the-counter transactions, online payments, remote payments. These will now be in the same lines of how we did transactions online. There's no difference, there's nothing which would make a difference in terms of transaction time. It will be by far the fastest transaction mode which Sri Lanka has ever experienced. All merchants in one place. You can make your utility payments, membership payments. Imagine you're doing your shopping inside the same place where you're making your bill payments. That's what we're bringing in. All payment records in one place. Printed receipts, emails, SMS is not there anymore. You got Genie. That has all of your payments. You know when you did the last time's payments. You know whether it's increasing or decreasing. This is the analytical aspect of the product which we give the consumer. In-app shopping experience, we are looking at an in-app shopping experience bundled with the payment options that we are willing to provide. Outstanding reminders is something that we always wanted. How many times did we want our bill payments to come and knock on our head saying, hey, it's time to pay? Genie will do that for you. In the context of clients, we are looking at connecting all emerging payment channels, even conventional channels, NFC, you name it. All these transaction payment modes will be there for the merchant in one go. So in terms of efforts, in terms of integration, we are looking at one effort for all of them. Dedicated payment mobile application for an IPG is a first in Sri Lanka, and that's what we are bringing in to the merchants for better mileage. Exceptional analytical capability is something Dialog really strongly believes in. This is what we want to give to our merchants, clients, and even developers. Fastest checkout in Sri Lanka can offer. We are working on that very hard. No additional commitments. The cheapest solution for any merchant financially will be Genie. And mileage within Genie. We are talking about in-app purchasing. That will be also part of this as an offering to our merchants. Security is something I really need to talk about, right? So we are talking about PCI DSS compliance solution which will be introduced, and this is a first for our telco industry. This has been something which has been the banking. This is not a banking requirement anymore. This is out of the world. We are the first to grab it. PCI DSS compliant solution which will be having a multi-mode authentication in terms of PIN, which is dual authentication, to biometrics so far, which we are talking about touch IDs and so on. So the moment you get your eye recognitions and retinas, those are welcome as well. QR codes and NFC. So we are talking about a high level of security built into an amazing application which is bringing in all the payment modes in one place, a shopping experience, and you name it. Anything got to do with these aspects. Best part is, from the developer perspective, we are opening this up to you to see what you all can do out of this, how to monetize your developments, how to monetize the businesses that you all are providing services for. That's what we're talking about, and open secure APIs for integration is under development, and it will come to you all very soon. So, simple, secure, Genie is coming soon. Wait ahead, wait for this. I'm sure you would gonna love this, but we want you to start the conversations. You all want to know what this is about. You all want to give in your ideas. This will be built on those in every aspect. You all want to know what this does. You want to know how it's going to be developed. Help us in building this and be part of this development. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you're gonna have a wonderful evening. Bye from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sofraz Razik, for that very impressive presentation. And now we have a very special presentation of token of appreciation from Sofraz to Sofraz. Can we have the Sofraz Rahim on stage to present this token of appreciation on behalf of Dialog Axiata to Sofraz Razik. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, next it's about introducing one of Sri Lanka's very first technologies. Right, ladies and gentlemen, introducing for the very first time a completely localized game portal. To do the honors and to accept this very first localized game portal, would like to call upon Mr. Rashant Kariarji on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the members of Team Arabic. Come on, everybody, the Team Arabic. For the first ever time here in Sri Lanka, a completely localized game portal.
Hi, good evening everybody. It's a very proud moment for us as Idea Mart and as Sri Lanka. The first time in Sri Lanka we have a gaming portal for us. About a few years back, the talented team of Arimac visited us and we were quite amazed by the talent that they possessed in building 3D graphics and animations. And we were talking in these lines to bring this technology into Sri Lanka or actually make use of it in Sri Lanka. And that's what you saw here and what we launched here was the end result. A truly Sri Lankan gaming portal. We intend to extend this portal to the rest of the gaming community, or actually the gaming development community of this country, so that you all can build games, host here, and let the Sri Lankan gaming community make use of it. So await that, and good luck.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, with that we're going to move on to the next presentation. And the Google I/O Extended 2016, proudly hosted by Dialog Axiata, a high-profile solution provider, an architect, a hybrid mobile developer, a user experience and a lean startup evangelist with broad experience and knowledge in software development industry. I've worked on various platforms and development tools with primary focus on the web and .NET platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about coding, modern software, the secret sauce for clean code. Please welcome Mr. Kausala Pereira of 99X Technology.
Hi. Whoa. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Oh, Danny. What an Danny. Okay. So, my name is Kosala. Now, this is how it's gonna happen. I'm gonna make you guys feel so terrible, and after that, maybe in the middle, I will make you feel a little bit good, and then maybe at the end, you might thank me or not. I don't know. Let's see. So, can I know how many developers are here? Please get up. Get up. Come on. Developers, come on. Is that all? I thought this is a developer forum or conference. Okay, guys, let's give a big round of applause for these developers. You guys are awesome, right? So, I myself also a developer at 99x Technology. So, I love movies, great fan of Batman and movies like Inception, right? So when I'm bored, what I do is usually I code. I pull out my laptop and then I start coding, right? So I have like two news for you. One is a good news, one is a bad news. So I'll give you the good news first, right? The good news is that we have seen a lot of philanthropies, entrepreneurs coming out with a lot of software and apps and things like that. We see a lot of startups going on. We see a lot of seeders coming in, funding you guys, right? So that's the good news. So the bad news is basically is that software still it sucks, right? So we are not doing a good enough job. So I've been into lean startup for now a couple of years. So we've been reading a lot and doing a lot of experiments related to that. One of the good books that I've read is called The Lean Startup and Running Lean, right? So this is from Eric Ries. What he was talking about one of the failures for the suckness in the software is that we are following three main mistakes. Right? So one is basically called the problem assumption, that we think that we know the problem. We think that our customers also know there's a problem, right? So the second mistake that we do is basically we think that we have a solution, right? We think that our customers would buy our solution. The other mistake that we do is basically we think that we can solve it. We think our solution would solve the problem that the customers have, right? So as developers, these are some of the mistakes that we do because we love jumpstart coding, because we are developers, we are coders, we are hardwired to do that, right? Now the problem here is that keeps increasing a lot of financial debt to our businesses, right? Because we've been writing a lot of software that people don't use. People really don't get this, right? Even we are working for a software company, still we don't get it. This is why a lot of software projects, we see a lot of success stories, but also we see a lot of failures. We developers are also responsible when it comes to these kind of things, right? So with lean startup and things like that, what has happened now is that people start developing a lot of apps, right? A lot of big businesses have become something like, you know, mobile enablement, right? So they come up with a lot of supplementary apps. We see this happening at the beginning of the first Facebook also, right? They came up with the mobile app, and then they start splitting it into smaller apps like Messenger, Group, likewise, right? So we see a lot of other products also doing the same thing. So big people, they keep following the same pattern. So we also started following the same thing, right? So the problem here is that uh, this has become a buzzword, the applet, right? So we think that, you know, if there is a problem, we can fix it with an app, which is all right to think. Now, the thing is that the tools that we use to build apps have become more sophisticated that we could actually get so many things done in a more rapid way, right? Which is also fine. So that's a good news, right? So the what's the bad news? The bad news is that we are missing a lot of things here. So more we success in our business, more things that we need, right? So we have to move away from the app plan. Why? Because we we cannot do everything that we used to do with the apps. Let's have a look at it, right? So the the thing that we have seen in the industry is that we are doing really well when there's a small app and a database. That is all we need to bootstrap our startup or business or whatever the app that we are building, right? So the thing is that when we are successfully executing this process, a lot of people tend to use our application. So now we need more things to be implemented, right? So what basically happens here is that we need to know some of the telemetry behind the application so that we could focus more on target market. We can focus on the user base, right? So if we are failing, we still can get certain telemetry behind why we are failing based on these tools, right? So we also need some of the modularization as well in our code base. Right? We need to know how the security mechanism works. Right? Nowadays, we very rarely see end-to-end message encryption in our applications. Right? We don't do that because it's so hard. So more mobile apps and things like that we push to Google Play or App Store or whatever the stores that are there, right? We need to open up certain kind of APIs to communicate with the mobile devices. So we will not basically end up just with a mobile device. We also end up with a lot of tablets, lot of wearables, uh, of course desktop applications and things like that as well. So the problem is that we cannot survive with just one API. We need to kind of like split it into several APIs, split it into several services. You know, a lot of things are happening internally. So because of this, we have to move away from the applet, right? Right? So the problem here is that when we move from app land, we are no longer building apps, we are building systems. Right? So these systems becomes more complicated. Right? We have to kind of like, do a lot of things in the back end, a lot of things in the application level, so things have become to be a little bit shaky, right? So it's all right. So there are solutions for these, but we have to keep in mind that there's no right way or wrong way of doing software. It's just that what suits for you right now might not be suitable for you after like 10 days or 3 months or 1 year. It's all right? So when things become complicated, we tend to see a lot of code smells in our code. Why this is happening is because when the code starts to grow, right, we tend to make a lot of mistakes. This is common. The problem here is that it's comparative. Maybe the code yesterday I wrote might get outdated today. If you have watched Matrix, anybody who haven't watched Matrix movie? Good. In one of these, in these conversations, Neo was talking to Oracle about some of the programs hacking certain other programs. Certain programs get deleted or get outdated. So this is something that that is also there out there. We are talking. We see this happening in the software industry as well. Right? We see a lot of code that gets outdated. So how do we kind of like identify what exactly is a not so good written code and what is basically a best code out there, right? Now, before we get into some of the best practices that we could actually follow when we are writing code, is to identify what are the not so good way of doing coding, right? So once we know not so good way of doing coding, it's easy for us to basically move into the good way of doing programming. So I'm pretty sure all the great developers here have no intention of writing a program that people don't use, right? We have all the good intention, the right intention to write the software when we start forming the team, right? So this is something that we don't see coming. So when we learn all these mistakes or the smelly code that is there out there, we can actually avoid these things. So let's have a look at uh, some of the common mistakes that we see every day. Right? I've been in the industry for like more than a decade now. I see this every day. Right? So it's not that we are doing something wrong. It's just that for some reason it's so hard to get rid of. Right? So these are some of the mistakes that you could see in the code base. If you when you start learning the good practices, you will start seeing the code. It's like Neo seeing the binaries when he's in the matrix, right? So let's have a look at some of these mistakes. One of the common mistakes that we see is the fragile code. I'm pretty sure that we have no intention of writing a code that you can't change or break here and there when you change somewhere else, right? That is not the intention. And also, some of the most common conversations that we have with the team is that after a while, we talk about the grand redesign, the grand re-engineering, because the code base has become so monolithic that we cannot move it here after a while, right? Because it starts to break so many places. It starts to like you're not even sure what will happen if you change a certain kind of variable name or certain kind of method. So this is the kind of grand redesign that we think. But it's okay. There's nothing wrong in it. You could actually do that. But what happens is that why you think the grand redesign or re-engineering will solve your problems? Because after a while, you have learned that, you have seen all these mistakes. So now you know you can do the same program in a better way. Because you have seen all the mistakes in the code base. So now you can avoid, if you are given a second chance, you can avoid the same mistakes that happened before. Right? So now you know how to basically reduce the financial debt in your system when you're coding as a team, right? So now you know how you could actually improve the response time. If some stakeholder comes and asks you to do certain kind of change, you don't have to say that, okay, it will take 3 months of time for me to ship it to production. Now you know exactly how much time that you could do it with minimum changes, because now we are so familiar with the mistakes that is in the code base, right? Now, imagine if you die someday, uh, how much code that you have written in your life that is actually useful. We cannot actually type, we don't have infinite number of keystrokes in our life. Right? So, as developers, I encourage you to save as much as you can and eliminate the mistakes that you make so that you could reduce the waste when you are doing programming. Right? So, how do we do this? You know, we developers, we worship clean coding. Right? This is Martin Fowler's Clean Coder as well as Clean Coding, two books that we should worship as developers. There's another book from Martin Fowler that was written as Refactor into Design Patterns. Right? These books will actually tell a lot of mistakes that are in the code base that you could actually get rid of. So if you read this book, if you come across this book, buy it, keep it in your table, right? Don't lose it. At least you don't have to read it, but people will take you seriously. That's one of the things that we have seen in the industry, that you keep a book on your table, right? And when you talk about the stuff, that people will take you seriously even though you haven't read that book, right? So I have listed the most common mistakes that we make in our code base. So this is from years of reading and writing and refactoring code. So these are the common mistakes, some of the things that we could actually improve ourselves. So if you start writing, applying these good practices, you could actually save a lot of keystrokes, you could actually save a lot of time, you could actually do a better job. Right? So let's have a look at some of these things. We'll start from naming conventions, because this is the easiest way to start writing really clean code. Right? Now what we say is that your code has to be maintainable. So in order to be maintainable, you should be able to understandable. Right? So only if you could understand, you could do a better job when you are doing a certain kind of change. Right? So no longer we are working alone, now we are working as team, so this is very important. Right? So your code has to be readable. This is the most important thing, not performance. You can improve your performance if your code is readable. If your code is not readable, you cannot do a single thing there unless commit the whole thing and rewrite the entire logic. That is also if you can understand it, right? So this is extracted from some of the startup projects that I'm working, which is called the Actively. So the naming convention could vary from language to language. So here I have taken the JavaScript convention that we are following, right? If you are a Java programmer, you would follow a different kind of naming convention. If you are a C# programmer, you would follow another way of doing programming, right? But whatever the naming convention that you follow, you have to stick to it. Your team has to stick to it. Otherwise, it will become chaos, right? So here, some of the things that we are following, we have actually adopted from Google. So Google has a coding convention that is there. You could actually find it out. So we follow that guideline, which is easy because we don't have to come up with our own guideline. It's already there in the community. We just extract it and then we start following it. We just change it slightly according to the frameworks and the libraries and some of the domain specific things that we do. Right? So there's another one which is coming from Douglas Crockford, who is actually one of the legends in the JavaScript arena. So he also has a set of guidelines that are there. It's not much of a difference if you compare the Google guideline as well as the Crockford's JavaScript guidelines. But that is only for the JavaScript conventions. So here the convention talks about how you're going to name your variables, how you're going to name your classes, how you're going to name your functions, that sort of thing, right? So the case matters a lot. And then you could actually start writing real code because now you have a convention, everybody can start writing code, right? So when we are writing code also, some of the common principles that we follow is basically what one is called the SRP, single responsibility principle. So this might be kind of like, sound familiar for you, but it's actually hard to implement in real world, right? This is why we have to kind of like, more focused on writing methods and design principles. So when you are writing design principles, methods according to the design principles and patterns, there are some other things that matters. This is called the solid design principles that we follow. Right? There are some other things called Yagni and don't repeat yourself. All these things will help you split your code into smaller pieces. Right? And another thing that we say is that the separation of concerns, that you could actually decouple your logic into smaller chunks of code that only does one thing and one thing only, right? So moving on, some of the other major design principles that we follow is the dependency injection. So this basically what this does helps you to take out all the object construction in your code into a separate layer or separate module so that your modules, independent modules, doesn't have to worry about how I'm going to construct this object. So let's have a look at that. So there are so many ways we could actually do this, right? So I have shown you implementing this by your hand. So you could actually use some of the libraries like Ninja, Unity, structure map and things like that. They are all okay, but as long as you understand how this works, it's also easy for you to implement these, use these libraries and implement it. So let's have a look at this code. I'll explain you what I'm trying to do here, right? So in this warrior class, I'm going to use the the weapon, which is basically the sword. So this is not a bad way to do it. This is all right, but this is not good enough. Right? So we could actually improve it, something like this. It sounds scary because now you have more number of lines here, right, compared to the previous one. But it's all right because you have achieved so many benefits by doing this. I have little bit exaggerated the example with some of the other code base here. But if you really look at on your right hand side, what I'm doing is I'm passing the object. I have taken out the object construction of weapons outside the warrior class. So now you could actually, you don't have to depend on the sword, but you could actually, inject some other type of weapon also, right? So now you have learned some of the good practices that you could actually start writing code tonight, right? Now let's move on to some of the complex areas like writing. How do we kind of like deal with business logic? How do we deal with the validations in our code base? So these are some of the burning places that we see. A lot of developers make a lot of mistakes in this area. We see a lot of business logic written like in the back end as well as the application. It's all right. There's nothing wrong, right? Only thing is that it's not good enough, like I said, right? Let's have a look at some of the code extracted from one of the code bases that I have permission to show you guys this. So it's all right. So I know this is a Google conference, right? But I love Internet Explorer. My blog looks really nice in Internet Explorer. So I really like Internet Explorer because of that. But what I hate about Internet Explorer is that it's a pain in the neck, right? When it comes to JavaScript and CSS programming, right? Let's have a look at this code base. What I'm doing here is nothing wrong, right? So what I'm doing here is basically I'm checking whether it's what's the browser, because if it is Internet Explorer, I have to do certain things in a different way, right? So what are the smells? So one thing is that I'm checking whether it's Internet Explorer, which is actually inside the if condition. This is all right, but I could improve it. And also I have redundant my logic to create different types of browsers. I could definitely, maybe not in the first iteration, but maybe after a couple of iterations, I could come up with a logic like this, right? So I have moved my magic strings to a variable, which is a good practice. Some of the practice that you could see that the conventions that are here. So here I'm using classes as a prefix called JS, which indicates that this is for JavaScript, not for styling, right? These are some of the best practices that you could use when you are writing code. So now we have like construct the classes and moved into method writing, and then we have moved into decoupling and location and things like that. But how do we handle return codes? For example, if we take a typical example like the banking systems where you have to withdraw money, and if the funds are not sufficient, how do you handle this? You could actually return a code saying that whether this is successful or not, right? Am I right? So one way that we could recommend is that write application level exceptions that will say insufficient funds. So when you try to attempt that, it's not a system exception, but it's a application exception. So you could handle it in a better way, right? So this is the key takeaway in this good practices. One thing is that what you have to understand here is that once you start practicing these things, it will become so hard for you to not do it. right? For instance, if you are in the jungle for the first time going on a hike, first time you will be a little bit scared to do certain kind of things. You don't know where to go and what to look. You don't have any survival skills. But once you keep doing that, you could actually get familiar. So now you know how to do and what to do. You could actually go on another hike on another place. So because you are not scared to do it, because now you have been practicing a lot of good things, right? Unfortunately, in software development, staying alive is not a soft skill that you need, right? So these are some of the tools that you could actually use to improve yourself. You don't need a sophisticated editor like Visual Studio. You could actually use something like brackets or Sublime Text or maybe Visual Studio Code, for instance, right? I highly encourage you guys to use a build system and a continuous integration system, even though you are using freelance. This will actually help you kind of like, improve your code base when you are doing certain kind of changes, right? What happened? Okay, so one thing that I would like you guys to do before I wind up is basically to have a look at these good practices when you are doing the hackathon. I hope this is useful for you guys for your day-to-day work also. So happy coding and have a good one. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Kosala Pereira of 99X Technology. And now would like to call upon Mr. Kasun Vitanarachi of Idea Mart Develop Ecosystem on stage, please, to present Mr. Kosala Pereira with a special token of appreciation. Come on, gentlemen, on the stage, please, once more. A big round of applause, everyone, come on. Thank you very much. Right, slowly but surely we are getting closer to the live streaming coming to us all the way from California, San Francisco, where the Chief Executive Officer of Google, Mr. Sundar Pichai, is going to address Sri Lanka. Especially he's going to mention about Colombo hosting the Google I/O Extended 2016, this very special event targeted especially for all the developers, hosts and tech gurus. Right, we're going to continue with the presentations in the meantime. Next we have professionally a technician, lead at Iron One Technologies, a self-motivated volunteer across many social welfare projects and organizations such as Leo Club, YAL IT Hub, Sangaman Engineering Society. Talking about YAL IT Hub, it's an active community member of YAL IT Hub, a community driven to realize a shared dream of making Jaffna the next Silicon Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about the story of YAL IT Hub, please welcome Mr. Tushandan Arulzodi.
Hey guys, how you all doing? Excited? Waiting for the keynote of Google? I'm sure I can see some exciting faces waiting to see the surprises from Google. What is this time they are going to deliver us? There are buzzwords like artificial intelligence. Are you guys waiting? Alright, so while waiting for that, I'm here to tell you a story. I hope it won't be a bedtime story because I don't want the organizers to complain me later. You put all our audiences to sleep. So, before starting this story, alright, so you are fast asleep, and when you wake up in the middle of the night, you found yourself like tied up like this, and in front of you, there's a supervillain, someone like the Joker in the Batman, and he points a gun at you, and then he decided to empty the chamber, put down all the bullets, and take just 2 bullets and put it inside in the adjacent chambers, like this. The black ones are bullets. Then he rotates the revolver, and he points at your head. Click. You escape. It was an empty chamber. So the Joker is a guy who loves fun, right? So he then laughs at you and give you an option. Okay, next time when I shoot you, if you escape, you can go free. But you have to tell me, should I rotate the revolver and shoot you or take a shot? Or shouldn't I just go without rotating it? So this is a puzzle for you guys to think. Is there anyone? You get my puzzle, right? Yeah. Can you pass the mic to the one?
I think you have to rotate. If you rotate, the bullet comes down, so the trigger should be in the top. Got it?
You're saying,
If you rotate,
okay.
Because of the weight, the bullet comes down.
Okay, don't worry about the weight of the bullet. You make an assumption, the weight of the bullet doesn't count at all.
I have to rotate.
You have to rotate. Why do you say so?
Yeah, if you rotate,
Okay.
the bullet comes down because of the bullet's weight.
No, there is no impact due to the bullet's weight. It's just same.
Yeah, I assume that way, so that's it.
Okay. Is there any other answers? Yes. There's one guy over there.
So the Joker has already shot one shot. So this next can be a bullet or cannot be a bullet. So the result may be 50-50. The probability is 50-50. But if we rotate the revolver, it may be 3/2. That means 6 out of 4. The probability is greater than the one which we shot and after that. So I think the rotation will be
The better choice. Okay. Okay. He thinks the rotation will be the better choice. He is almost in the right path, but it's not the correct answer. Anyone else want to try? Come on, guys. I assume all of you want to live, right? Nobody wants to go on a suicide mission like I want to die, so let anything happen. Is there anyone? I want to see hands. Come on. You guys are very passionate Google developer group. Developers, right? Yes, there's an answer, yes.
I think he's a joker. It will maybe not harm to us.
I don't get you.
I think if he shoot us, we will not harm because he is a joker.
Okay. I think you need to
I
see
think-
the Dark
I
Knight.
think it's not really bullets.
No. These real bullets.
Okay.
He is a super villain. His name is being Joker, but he is a real super villain. You need to see Dark Knight Rises. Okay. Is there anyone who can answer who thinks you got the right answer? Anyone else? Nobody? Okay, there's one guy. Hands going up.
Hello. So my answer is the first bullet did not, the first one was a fail. So that was representing one of the empty bullets. So the chance that the next might be a real bullet is 1/6, because for the next bullet to hit, it should be, the previous one should have been in the empty one before the two live bullets. So if you rotate the chance that you might get shot gets increased up to 1/3, because there are two live bullets. So what you should do is you should ask not to rotate, so you have a higher chance of being safe.
Okay. That guy want to give a try. Yes.
So the probability here is like two bullets are next to two empty bullets. So try is same. So there's a probability to have a bullet in the next shot. So when you take a rotate, the probability of a bullet gets lower. So other than without rotating, if you don't rotate, the probability is much higher than without rotating.
Okay. That guy is pretty much close, except for this small mistake. But yes, the chances are high when you don't rotate. Why? Because the two bullets are in the adjacent chambers, right? So if the first one is the empty chamber, given that is the first one is the empty chamber, the probability for the second one to be in the chamber is 1/5, not 1/6. So when you rotate it, it's just 2 out of 6, that is 1/3. So the more chances to survive when you take the shot without rotating. All right. So let me jump into the story. We all, being in the technology industry, we all know that Silicon Valley is an inspiration for all of us. We always think how these guys do that. All the groundbreaking technology comes out of there. Be it Microsoft, be it Google, be it Apple, be it Oracle, anything. You take any company or any technology in the world, most of them come out of there. So we always wonder how they can be able to do that. Why can't we produce it? Why can't others produce it? So taking this in mind, we thought of, okay, why don't we create that the ecosystem in the Silicon Valley, in Sri Lanka. So when we shared this big dream, we started actually as an online group, and we found there were so many individuals who are willing to work together, willing to volunteer, put their time, put their effort to work on this big dream. So after a while, we discussed various things, like after looking at Silicon Valley's model, the ecosystem, after looking at Kenya's iHub model, we came up with a vision, making Jaffnath in Silicon Valley. YAL Hub, we named the organization YAL Hub, and we set this as our vision. So when we go and say to the people, especially to the technology in the industry, People used to, after listening for a while, okay, making the next Silicon Valley in Sri Lanka, especially in Jaffna, they kind of get amused. And like, they often ask us, we often encounter this question, why Jaffna? Why not Colombo? Oh, why not Kandy? Oh, why not Martha? It's a fair question. So, the other day I was reading this story of Bill Gates, where he artificially inculcating, asking puzzles to his grandchildren. Why did you do that? After reading that story, I was thinking back what we were doing when in our childhood, before technology and internet took over. In our childhood, when me and my cousins or we friends get together, what we do. Those days we don't have video games or apps or mobile programs. What we do, we try to ask puzzles and outsmart each other. We try to prove ourselves, yeah, look at me, I know this. So, if we Sri Lankans are good at analytical skills, thanks to our culture, the such elements as solving puzzles inbuilt in our culture. And coming to the original question, and the first puzzle that I asked you here in this program is one of the puzzles which we presented in one of the very first YAL idea community meetup, and it was solved by many participants to our surprise. If they have not solved it, we are actually trying to make Silicon Valley at the wrong place. So why Jaffna? The reason is analytical problem solving is part of this culture. It's an icon in 19th and 20th century as a knowledge hub. And to point out, the second largest library in Asia was in Jaffna. And we found it's a perfect opportunity to leapfrog. Whereas Colombo, if you take Colombo, there are so much of technical societies, so much of technical groups, technical forums. Colombo has stuck somewhere in the middle. So we thought of it's a perfect opportunity to leapfrog. So as any technical group, if we are to build the Silicon Valley ecosystem, first we have to create the right mindset. We have to create right skills. So what we did was, we had this YAL idea community meetups. There we discussed various technologies. It can be a cutting edge technology, a known one. So we were doing so many sessions to them, and we started doing capacity building through code camps and open source projects, such as Y School, one of our projects, which is for the schools, the school management system basically, and the other one, digital irrigation system. I have to mention about this project. Imagine you are a farmer and you have a land where you grow crops. If you can just by controlling an SMS, if you can control the irrigation, how would it be? Won't it be easy to do the farming? That kind of a solution is provided to you. So using Arduinos, we use feature phones to control the digital irrigation. You can schedule your like what time you want to water the plants, the crops, or you can even control what volume you want to water. So that has been made possible by this project. So these things are generally done by any technological group or technological forum. But to achieve our vision, we have to do something different. Yes, creating technologies, the people who are really passionate about technology is great. But the technologies won't alone help. You all know Steve Wozniak, right? The guy who is behind the master brain behind the Apple I and Apple II. Creating Steve Wozniaks are great. They are certainly needed, but they cannot create Apple alone. For that, we need the people like the visionaries, like the innovators, like the entrepreneurs like Steve Jobs. Together, was then Jobs able to create that magic to revolutionize the world with their products. So we need a program which focuses specifically on creating startups or creating this entrepreneurship or creating a platform where the entrepreneurs and technologies work together. So that, but at the same time, it shouldn't be a burden. It shouldn't be a kind of thing which need to be done with a lot of effort. It also has to be a little fun. It also should be competitive. So we thought of something like this. We all watch real-time shows, right? The TV shows like American Idol, The Apprentice. There are so many things like Serious Superstar, all these superstar programs. So we thought of making a competition like that for the technology. Imagine you come and you have a great idea. You have a team as well, and you come together and as a team you compete with other teams in a technology competition like in a reality show. So this goes like this. You first pitch your idea, you give it the proposal, then you compete in the requirements round, then you go and design an architecture product or app or solution you are putting in, and you compete in the design round. Then you go on to develop algorithms to implement that. You compete in development round. Then you go on to compete the user experience round, because when it comes to startup, the products, the user experience is key. Then you go into compete the business strategy round. How you are going to sell your product or how you are going to market your product. So this program we came up with is called Dialog Axiata Challenge. So the season 1 back in 2011, it was like 20 teams came in and it went well. And it was a very successful program. But after completing that program, we thought of, okay, something is missing. The more we go through our exam-focused, exam-centered education system, we get more constrained. Our brains get more constrained. So we thought of, okay, we should go get this to the creative people, the people who can, the guys and girls who can think out of box. So then we introduced Dialog Axiata Junior, especially for the school kids. They come and code, they come and produce their solutions, and we had a great Dialog Axiata Junior was a success. So the next thing we was, after running for 2 seasons, 2 years continuously, we thought of, okay, something is missing. In the Silicon Valley, okay, there is this technology guys, there is these entrepreneurs, they come together, they work together, but still we cannot be able to produce the startups. So to create the next Silicon Valley, you need to have the startups coming out of it. We need to have the companies out of it. Imagine if there is a Apple from Sri Lanka, if a guy can pull out something extraordinary, what would happen? Won't the entire technology industry change? So we thought of, okay, something is missing. That's why there is no startup coming out of this competition. Then we realized, okay, there is big barrier, the financial barrier. In Silicon Valley setup, if an entrepreneur and his team comes and pitches you a product, there are many investors. There are venture capitalists, there are angel investors who can fund you in this. But back in that time, we didn't have any investors at all. So that's a key reason we found out this is not happening. So in the third season, we joined hand with Lanka Digital Network, who are the angel investors, and they promised us to fund 1 million rupees for the winning team, the winning startup. So with their support, we were able to produce 2 startups out of that season, and today they are running successfully as 2 companies. So then we found the original idea of taking the IT to the nook and corner of the villages. Today the IT in Sri Lanka is somewhat limited to metropolitan cities. So next time we thought, okay, in the 4th season, we thought of making this competition more vital by taking the young teacher and junior to the villages. So what we did was we partnered up with the education department of Sri Lanka, and we did workshops to the ICT teachers. Then we went to have the competition, and there were more than expected, there were lots of teams coming in, and they had really good ideas, even especially from the schools and the villages we never heard of. And you know what is the project of the winning team of Yal Gitcher and Junior? They came up this very novel idea of securing your home in a different way. It's like when you go and tap, there's a certain rhythm. If you tap it in that rhythm, the door opens. Does it sound like something in magic door like Harry Potter? Yes, it really is. If you tap the door in a certain rhythm, the door opens, otherwise it doesn't open. So that kind of a solution pulled out purely by school students using Arduinos. So this kind of innovation and this kind of a technology won't be happening otherwise if the young and junior impacting the society. So this is a summary. In the last season, there were about 40 teams from the senior and 60 teams from the junior, and there were corporate sponsors, volunteers, the school kids, judges, mentors. We had so much of support from all the segments. And we had the Yagi Challenge Senior at Colombo, Yagi Challenge Senior Finals at Colombo last November. So, especially when we are trying to do this thing, we have this certain, so to say, narrow-minded, pessimistic view in our society. When one of your friend or guy or girl, gets a job at Google or Apple or Microsoft, you guys, wow, he or she got a job at Microsoft. Man, this is awesome. How did he do that? We all treat him like a hero, right? Him or her, like a hero. But when someone comes and says, okay, I'm going to start something, I'm going to start my own company, I'm going to make it the next Google, the next Apple, we look at him. This guy's making a next Apple. No. We never believe in it. It's not just us. Even his parents doesn't believe it. Or her. We have such a very bad pessimistic mindset as a society. It's not just Sri Lanka, it's in the South Asian society. So, while fighting with that mindsets and the barriers, we think we need to go forward. So, this time, again, the Yal Geek Challenge Season 5 is introduced with new things. So, what it means to you as if you are a student, if you are an entrepreneur, or if you are an IT practitioner working somewhere, what it means to you. If you have an idea, if you have a if you have a team, go and build your idea, create a prototype, and come and compete here. Pitch it to your investors, get the funding. If you win, you will get the funding. Even if you don't win, you still have a refined idea with so many inputs from this culture, and you have the prototype as well. Someday it might get work. And if you are an investor, or if you are a very experienced, well-experienced consultant, what it means to you. We welcome you all to give your inputs, your experience, your valuable inputs to these teams who are competing in Yalvik Challenge. So, as a member of YAL IT Hub, as a community member of YAL IT Hub, on behalf of YAL IT Hub, I welcome you all to compete, take part, and to work together in this dream of making the next Silicon Valley. And the destination might be too far, very far, to be achieved in next 5 years or 10 years. But what matters is the journey. We'll be embarking this journey forever. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Tusharanan Arul Sodhi of YAL IT Hub. Can we have Mr. Arul Sodhi once again on the stage, please? There is a special token of appreciation to you as well. Would like to call upon Mr. Nusrat Naushad, or rather Miss Nusrat Naushad, to present this very special token of appreciation to Mr. Arul Sodhi, ladies and gentlemen, from YAL IT Hub. Everyone, big round of applause. Come on. Thank you very much. Right. Before I introduce the next presenter to the forum, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me remind you all. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce the next presenter, once again a reminder, sharp at 10:30, we'll be having the Chief Executive Officer of Google, Mr. Sundar Pichai, talking to us live from San Francisco, California. So around 10:15, 10:15, we'd like to request all of you to take your respective seats once more, especially to our friends who are just roaming around at the activity area. Would like to request all of you to take the respective seats, because we'll be recording a 2-minute clip of a cheering crowd. A 2-minute clip of a cheering crowd, right? So we need all of you to give your best shot, the cheerful moment for us to record and send it to San Francisco, California. Because during the presentation, the address time of Mr. Sundar Pichai of Google, the Chief Executive Officer, he will mention about this Colombo hosting Google I/O Extended 2016. So do keep your fingers crossed. So as I mentioned, at 10:15, 10:15, we need all of you to take your respective seats in the audience. Right, moving on. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a person who spearheaded the launch of Sri Lanka's first ever mobile money-based in-world remittance service. He has led a number of initiatives to train and educate the SME sector on applicability of mobile money, established a knowledge sharing platform for the Lankan freelancers, #Freelancers Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about EasyCash, a solution for local freelancers. Please welcome the product manager EasyCash International Remittances, Mr. Rizan Ahmed.
Good evening, everyone. Um, I'm sure you guys have heard about EasyCash brand, which has been there for a few years now, and then, I can see that all of you all are very excited for the speech of Google CEO. So let me get to the subject straight. What I'll be talking about is about our EasyCash product, the mobile money wallet, where we are trying to relate this product to our local freelancers, which is pretty much the web designer, developers. I'm pretty sure most of y'all are involved in freelance designing and developing. So we have, we all know that we have a lot of issues on payments. So we tried our best to see how well we can solve some of those problems. Before getting to our solution, let me take a couple of minutes and then talk about where EasyCash started and where we are now. Back in 2012, we got the license and we launched EasyCash, Sri Lanka's first ever mobile money wallet. And our initial focus was to try and solve the problems of money transfer. So we wanted to initially send money from one place to another through their mobile phones. We have been pretty successful in this, and today, from moving from peer-to-peer money transfers, we facilitate bill payments, operator bill payments, utility bill payments, to salary disbursements, to so many other services. Even recent addition is international remittances. So one of the unique features of EasyCash, what it's well known in globally, is these three logos that you see. It was launched initially through Dialog, but two other competitors also joined. We developed that platform in such a way that any of the other operators can join. So because it's a common solution for all Sri Lankans to use. This initiative was recognized by GSMA Association. We won the Global Award for the best mobile money service in 2015. So that was the first in the world initiative. Because of that model we developed, that three operators coming together to solve a problem that we had. Today, we have 2.3 million customers of all these three networks, and we have 20,000 plus merchants spread covering the entire Sri Lanka, and we do close to 1.3 billion worth of transactions a month. So we are in the fourth year. We are growing steadily. Like I said earlier, the recent addition for our product array is the international remittances. We thought if we can send money from one place to another within Sri Lanka, we should be able to bring money from outside as well. So these are some of the brands that we are partnered with today. You see some of the big global giants joining hands with EasyCash. MoneyGram is a well-known brand. WorldRemit is an increasingly improving brand, which is purely to do with online real-time money transfer globally. It is a new startup again from UK. They're growing pretty rapidly, and they have joined EasyCash. And these are some of the other brands. One particular brand must be familiar to you all. So today, we are talking about 180 plus countries. Money transfers have been, I don't think it has been this simple. It just comes and lands on your mobile phone. So we are talking about, instant online real-time transactions. So let's get to the topic here. We have the freelancers who are making, developing, they're putting a lot of effort, spending their time. But when it comes to payments, there's always struggle, because there are so many big brands which are not present in Sri Lanka. Because of that, payments get delayed. Because of that, you get demotivated. There's a lot of transaction costs that you need to incur. So we thought we can, as a payment provider, it is our responsibility to give it a try and solve this problem for our local freelancers. With a partnership with Skrill.com, and a brand name earlier known as Money Bookers, which must be familiar to you all. We launched this particular partnership, and what we realized was that we saw number of local freelancers trying to use this service. So what we understood was that there's a community behind this is a real pain point, and we are working very closely with Skrill to bring a lot of benefits to Sri Lankan users, and they are very keen in Sri Lankan market as well. So if you are using any other platforms like Upwork, Freelancer.com, and these forex platforms, it's easy if you can get that funds to your Skrill wallet, and then you can transfer. What I'm trying to explain is you can transfer that money through that to your EasyCash wallet. So how it works is like this. From any of the freelance platforms that you use, you can create a Skrill wallet. It's very simple, user-friendly, very user-friendly. You can go to Skrill.com, create your account, and then you can add your mobile wallet as EasyCash. So when you do that, it's just a matter of clicking the withdrawal option. The money collected from these platforms to your Skrill wallet can be transferred to your EasyCash wallet online real time. I know there are other options, but today nobody provides that online real time instant service. So if you're a freelancer, you collect your payments and then it's very fast. You can collect your cash from any of the 400 plus ATM machines in commercial bank, cardless facility. Charges again is the transaction charge is 1%. This is apart from their exchange, the conversion. And the good news is that they are made free until 31st July. So if you have any payments to receive, if you have money already collected, that I think it's the right time that you can make use of this service. And also, we are trying to not only Skrill, we are trying to get other players also, so that we are not dependent on a particular brand. So in addition to this, what we saw was that there are a lot of things, a lot of problems, a lot of success stories that has to be shared with other freelancers. So we established a platform to try and solve these problems, to understand more what their pain points are, how well EasyCash as a payment provider can help this service. So we had a small event to try and understand these pain points. So we actually established the Freelancer Sri Lanka platform, and we had one event. In future, we are planning to have many. So if you are one of the freelancers, please join us. Tell us your story. Tell your story to the others, so that they also can benefit. Okay. Thank you very much. Be connected with EasyCash. Future events will be notified to you. Uh, Help other freelancers also to learn things from your story. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizan Ahmed, the product manager at EasyCash International Remittances. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Sammani Kusardharma to present Mr. Ahmed also with a special token of appreciation. Come on, everyone, big round of applause to break the ice. That's the good part. That's the sort of cheer what we need when we're going to record all the cheering moments to send it to San Francisco, California. Right. It's time to add a little bit of color, glamour in terms of some entertainment. And next in line, we have a special stand-up comedian. He's having two brothers. He wanted to create wines and started with simple the top smash clips with the two brothers started to create wine videos. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Exactly. Now from the Buffy. A big round of applause.
Guys, thank you enjoy කරාට මගේ අනිත් මල්ලි ඉන්නවා මගේ මල්ලි අපි මල්ලි දෙන්නා තමයි අයිල පොඩි චුටි ඩාබයක් කරේ thank you goes to Sapras ayya and Udaya and Udesh ayya thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call So short and so sweet. Right. We will continue with the next presentation. For over 12 years, he has conceptualized, designed and managed the production of many projects for a wide range of clients involving online, branding and strategies, usability, information architecture, interaction design, and of course, online and offline interactive media. Coming from an advertising background, he moved on to user experience design and digital strategy 7 years earlier and worked on many different digital channels, including e-commerce, banking, telecom, insurance, and aviation. He has spearheaded introducing UX into Sri Lankan IT industry with UX Colombo.org initiative and currently works as an enterprise UX architect for ISA at Air Arabia Group. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you about starting a career in UX, please welcome Mr. Shran Sanjeeva.
Alright, you guys had a joke and two. Let's start talking about a job. Right? Today we are living in a society where our parents expect us to be lawyers, doctors, what else? Actors, right? But it's changing. You can make more money than doctors and lawyers and engineers. Because I'm avoiding saying engineers because some of you guys are engineers, right? So, starting a career is a big deal. Some of you are in the university already, some of you are doing internships, some of you are already established software developers or designers. Couple of years back, I moved on to a job in Sri Lanka and then I was looking for a job. And then I saw these sort of ads, UX engineer, UX UI designer. Coming from an advertising agency background, I realized these guys are not really looking for a UI person or a UX person. Look at the job description. User interface design, creative website layouts, all that you expect from a visual designer, right? This is not really UX, the job description. The problem is, software industry in Sri Lanka and the web design industry in Sri Lanka did not realize the big picture. They were simply replacing job titles with UI and UX, but actually they were looking for web designers. And the pay scale didn't change. After a couple of years, since I started UX Colombo and my colleagues over here, we realized the job descriptions are changing. Everybody is talking about wireframes, prototypes, user-centered design and stuff. We've done an impact at UX Colombo, but we need to do more, and I need you on board. Because right now, I'm working for a company who's developing softwares for the aviation industry. Right now, I have 3 job openings, which is paying more than 200,000 rupees. But I advertise, but I can't find any of the UX designers in that caliber that I'm looking for. So definitely there is a problem. How do we solve it? We solve it by bringing the message to you. Here's an opportunity. Here's an opportunity to do a job that makes you happy. Right? Makes you feel like you're changing something. Right now, all these companies are looking for UX designers. Right now. But they can't find any. So let's pray that they don't bring UX designers from India. But what about the pay? Of course, you got to make money, right? Everybody's here for that. So I did a little research because there are very less UX designers in this country. It's very hard to gather the data. I went online, looked for some resources, and I found this map. Can you see Sri Lanka is a white dot? There is no data. There is no data about UX designers. But I had my contacts and then I did a little research with my friends who's doing UX jobs in the bigger IT companies. And I found out they're making 14,748 average wage per year. That is almost $4,000 more than the average Indian UX designer. So we have it. We just need to fill in the gaps. We need you guys to move on to UX. Not only software development, UX is the future. Right. Now, software engineering gets you 9,800 US dollars. This is entry level. Okay, I'm not offending the senior guys, they are earning a lot of money. But the entry level UX designer gets this much. So here's the opportunity for you guys to move. But how? Right? That's why I'm here to talk about how to get there. I did it alone. But now there are a lot of resources that can help you to get there. You got to have only one thing to become a UX designer. Common sense. It's very hard to find people with common sense these days because they are obsessed, geeked up with certain things. So I'm going to talk about little traits of a UX designer, the basic ones that you need to develop. All of us have these. As children, we had this with us. But somewhere down the road, we lost it. I don't know when, but we lost it. Maybe your mom said you need to become a doctor, so you had to, I had a mom like that. I never became a doctor. First things first, passion. You need to be passionate about what you do, regardless of the industry. But I'm talking about UX design in this particular case. UX design is not a 9 to 5 job, trust me. Sometimes I solve problems when I'm in the bathroom, right? That's when you get a peace of mind to solve certain problems and concentrate hard. Right. Empathy, not sympathy, empathy. Empathy is something that you need to feel and emulate being in another person's position. Because UX design is all about users. How a person would use this particular software system or this particular device, right? So I need to be able to imagine and emulate a person who's going to use it. Empathy is also similar to sympathy, but it's more advanced, I would say. As children, we used to mimic certain characters when we saw them on cartoon, right? We used to imitate certain characters and play. It's the same thing, but in this case we make something called personas. But that is too technical. I'm just here to set up the basics. This is very important. Right now I'm very curious about this drum set. I just want to go there and play. But I'm just holding up myself. Curiosity is something a person has when he is observing an object or something. He's thinking about how is it made up? How does it work? I remember the time when I broke my FM radio at my father's FM radio when I was small. It was out of curiosity. He had to buy a new one anyway. Okay, now let's start the career. But how? There should be a way. Okay, I managed to read books and learn all these things, but someday you need to have a chat with someone who's experienced in this industry. Or maybe become his apprentice, right? So the first step find a mentor. Unfortunately, when I started, there was very less people in the country who was really practicing UX. I didn't have the luxury. But now, you have UX Columbia. A lot of like-minded people who's doing UX, who's actually interested in UX come together every 3 months and we talk about certain things in the industry. We passed the phase of introducing UX, now we are trying to teach more technical stuff. Start reading. කියවීම මිනිසා සම්පූර්ණ කරන්න. If you don't read, down the lane, you're going to get isolated with a certain amount of knowledge, but you're not renewing it. Same applies for UX design. There are so many thousands of books written about UX, how to practice it, how to do this, how to do that, how to do the wireframe, how to do the MVP and everything. So, also, you can read online. There are so many online magazines that are focused on UX. I'm not going to market any of those here. Now, you're learning a little. Now you know a thing or two. Now maybe you're working at a company, maybe you're at the university. Why not take something out of your surroundings? A problem, per se. In my case, it was a website. I was working for this company who was doing e-commerce and had no idea about UX. And then I took a certain module out. It was actually a checkout pathway. And then I tried to reinvent that. So the same way you can take something out of a system that is in the workplace or even a mobile app that is you are using day to day, even Facebook, right? There have been attempts to redesign Facebook. At least they are trying. So start a pet project and get your mentor to review it. Put it out there, don't be afraid of feedback. Because feedback is what makes you. When I made my first brochure, someone laughed at it, at my advertising agency, one of the colleagues. He said, we are not going for a picnic, it's a sunglass ad. But that criticism took me by the throat. I knew I had to do something about it. I knew I had to learn it. I knew I had to crack it. Within a couple of years, I did it. So, having your pet project and taking care of it is very important. Alright. So what about the career ladder? What about growth? Now you are in this and you want to do this forever, or I mean not forever, but at least that's the working time that you work, at least like 20 to 25 years. How can I grow? Now, where is the entry point? Where is the exit? What is the growth? How much money can I make? Well, I cannot certainly give you a fixed amount, but I can tell you, you can make a lot of money. I'm sure this is a very confusing chart, but I would like to establish myself, I'm still here. Not there, I'm still here. It's a long way, but it is an exciting one. If you are coming from a design background, you can start by becoming a UX designer. Apply for a job which says UX designer. But remember, always read the description, not the title, especially in Sri Lanka. If you are from a UX background, of course, there are certain universities that teach UX, but not in Sri Lanka. We'll talk about it later, another day. And you can start as a UX generalist. Generalist is a small practitioner. He practices, he breathes and he lives with UX, right? A person who's coming from a business analyst, QA person, somebody from marketing would start from product because they have a general knowledge of a certain product that is being put out on the market by a certain company, and then they can move into a UX role within that company. from a junior product manager role, which involves a lot of UX practice. And for a software engineer, the guys who build it, who really doesn't care about the user right now, from my experience, they all care about beautiful code. A good point of entry is UX front-end engineering. And as time goes by, you will grow into VP of product, VP of UX, and you will be earning by millions in dollars, not LKR. So ultimately, I have this statement for you guys to take home. Great UX designers have the instincts of a product manager. The mind of a scientist and the heart of a creator. Thank you very much. Hope you guys enjoy this time.
Right, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Milinda Ratnayaka, the Senior Software Engineer, on stage please to present Mr. Shiran Sanjeeva with a special token of appreciation. Mr. Ratnayaka. Yeah, right, okay. Finally, Mr. Ratnayaka is on his way. Thank you very much, everyone. Big round of applause. Some innovation. Standing and doing the same, kind of a standing ovation. Negative karana puluwa kisi prasnayak nahi. Right? Mangya ne cheer karne ki tarah. Right. That's a good god for the startup. Yeah, that's a good warming up session. Anyways, foreplay is needed. Right. Right, shall we all give it a go? 3, 2, 1. You need to keep on doing it for a while. Shanika case instant case sustain karaga. Right? A cheer for like minimum of 1 minute. Come on, guys. Can we get some tablets here, please? Right. Okay, so sustain it for at least for 30 seconds. Right? Because I can't, yeah. So I will be talking during the cheering up session because we will be recording it and we'll be sending it right after this particular session to San Francisco, California. Yes? Right. Hitagana karan no. Hitagana karan na behal. Ena hatti par hitagana mudhe. Right. Oh yeah. Ate dine hatti hodu usala banana godiya. Right? Okay. Are we ready with the recording? Ready? 3, 2, 1. super awesome. Super, super awesome. And a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you. Right, what are we supposed to do now? We'll be having a small break. Right, okay. We're going to have a short little break, but before that, make sure to take your seats once more, sharp at 10:28, because sharp at 10:30, we'll be cutting across to San Francisco, California. As I mentioned earlier, the Chief Executive Officer of Google, all up and ready to talk to you all. And during his address, he'll be using this particular footage to show the world, the other parts of the world, that there is a Google event being hosted here in the lovely destination, Colombo as well. So you all will be telecast. It's indeed an awesome opportunity, right? So people who are yet to enjoy the dinner, the kottu dinner, it's being served over there. So you can go and collect your dinner packet. And once more, take your seats sharp at 10:28 for us to go live to San Francisco at 10:30. So do keep your fingers crossed. It's the Google I/O Extended 2016, proudly presented by Dialog Axiata. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, at the registration desk at the entrance itself, there is a specially dedicated desk for the issuing of free prepaid card, SIM cards of Dialog, where the special benefit is all the numbers will start with not 777 or 777, 445, that is GGL, 445. So that is to mark this very special event. You all can collect your own SIM card, which is FOC, absolute FOC, free of charge at the registration. So it started with not 777 or 777, 445. That's the deal, right? Right. For further details, we have the lovely lady over there. Can you raise your hand, please? Yes. She's the one in charge of all the free SIM cards. So you can contact her or either visit the registration desk. They will help you out. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, hope you all are having a good time and had your tummy filled. So there's a special announcement as Dushant mentioned. There's a special SIM card for you guys. Go and pick it up because 405 means it's GGL, similar to Google. So please go and pick it up if you have signed up for that. And those guys will be waiting for another 1 hour's time. They'll be at the registration counter and please go pick it up. And that's reserved for you. Thank you.
Right, may I have attention please, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to request all of you to take your respective seats. As you can see on the main screen, in San Francisco, California, they have already started the main event. So would like to request all of you to take your seats as soon as possible. In another 2 minutes time, exact 2 minutes time, the Chief Executive Officer, Google, Mr. Sundar Pichai, will start addressing the gathering.
Welcome. Welcome to Google I/O and welcome to Shoreline. It feels really nice and different up here. We've been doing it for many, many years in Moscone, and in fact, we've been doing I/O for 10 years, but I feel we are at a pivotal moment in terms of where we are going as a company and felt appropriate to change the venue. Doing it here also allows us to include a lot more of you. There are over 7,000 of you joining in person today. And later today, after the keynote, you'll be joined by several Googlers, product managers, engineers, and designers. So hopefully you'll engage in many, many conversations over the 3 days. As always, I/O is being live streamed around the world. This year we have the largest ever audience. We are live streaming this to 530 extended events in over 100 countries around the world, including Dublin, which is a major tech hub in Europe, Istanbul, which is our oldest Google developer group, and even to Colombo, Sri Lanka, which is the largest attendance Our largest developer audience on the live stream is from China today, with over 1 million people tuning in live from China. So welcome to the We live in very, very exciting times. Computing has had an amazing evolution. Stepping back, Larry and Sergey founded Google 17 years ago with the goal of helping users find the information they need. At the time, there were only 300 million people online. Most of them were on big physical computers on slow internet connections. Fast forward to today, thanks to the rate at which processors and sensors have evolved, it is truly the moment of mobile. There are over 3 billion people connected, and they are using the internet in ways we have never seen before. They live on their phones. They use it to communicate, learn new things, gain knowledge, entertain themselves. They tap an icon, expect a car to show up. They talk to their phones and even expect music to play in the living room, or sometimes groceries to show up at the front door. So we are pushing ourselves really hard so that Google is evolving and staying a step ahead of our users. All the queries you see behind me are live queries coming in from mobile. In fact, today, over 50% of our queries come from mobile phones. And the queries in color you see behind me are voice queries. In the US, on our mobile app in Android, 1 in 5 queries, 20% of our queries are voice queries, and that share is growing. Given how differently users are engaging with us, we want to push ourselves and deliver them information, rich information in the context of mobile. This is why if you come to Google today and search for Beyonce, you don't just get 10 blue links, you get a rich information card with music. You can listen to our songs, find information about upcoming show events, and book it right there. You can come and ask us different queries, presidential elections or Champions League, and we again give you rich, in-depth information. And we do this across thousands and thousands of categories globally at scale. You can come to Google looking for news as well. For example, if you're interested in Hyperloop, an exciting technology, we give you information with AMP right there in search results, and they load instantly and you can scroll through them. Amazing to see how people engage differently with Google. It's not just enough to give them links. We really need to help them get things done in the real world. This is why we are evolving search to be much more assistive. We've been laying the foundation for this for many, many years through investments in deep areas of computer science. We built a knowledge graph. We today have an understanding of 1 billion entities, people, places, and things, and the relationships between them in the real world. We have dramatically improved the quality of our voice recognition. We recently started training our data sets with noisy backgrounds deliberately so that we can hear people more accurately. The quality has improved recently by 25%. Image recognition and computer vision. We can do things which we never thought we could do before. If you're in Google Photos today and you search for hugs, we actually pull all the pictures of people hugging in your personal collection. We have recently extended this to videos. So you can say, show me my dog videos, and we actually go through your videos and pull out your favorite videos. Translation. 10 years ago, we could translate, machine translate in 2 languages. Today we do that for over 100 languages, and every single day we translate over 140 billion words for our users. We even do real-time visual translation. If you're a Chinese user and you run into a menu in English, all you need to do is to hold up your phone and we can translate it into English for you. Progress in all of these areas is accelerating thanks to profound advances in machine learning and AI, and I believe we are at a seminal moment. We as Google have evolved significantly over the past 10 years, and we believe we are poised to take a big leap forward in the next 10 years. So leveraging our state-of-the-art capabilities in machine learning and AI, we truly want to take the next step in being more assistive for our users. So today, we are announcing the Google Assistant. So what do we mean when we say the Google Assistant? We want to be there for our users, asking them, hi, how can I help? We think of the assistant in a very specific way. We think of it as a conversational assistant. We want users to have an ongoing two-way dialogue with Google. We want you to help get things done in your real world. And we want to do it for you, understanding your context, giving you control of it. We think of this as building each user their own individual Google. We already have elements of the assistant working hard for our users. I mentioned earlier that 20% of queries on our mobile app in Android in the US are voice queries. Every single day, people say, okay, Google, and ask us questions that we help them with. And we've started becoming truly conversational because of our strengths in natural language processing. For example, you can be in front of this structure in Chicago and ask Google, who designed this? You don't need to say the beam or the cloud gate. We understand your context and we answer that the designer is Anish Kapoor. Here's another example. You can ask Google, who directed The Revenant?
The Revenant was directed by Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu.
And you can follow that up with the question, show me his awards. Notice that I didn't say the name, which I'm glad because I find that name very, very hard to pronounce. And Google could pick that conversation up and return the right answer. This has historically been really hard to do for computers. The reason we are able to do is because we have invested the last decade in building the world's best natural language processing technology. Our ability to do conversational understanding is far ahead of what other assistants can do. Especially if you look at follow-on queries, our studies show that we are an order of magnitude ahead of everyone else. So today people are using Google and asking us questions in many, many different ways. So we put together a short video so that you can take a look.
Okay, Google, show me the trailer for Angry Birds. How old is the Taj Mahal? Whoa, take me there.
Here are some headlines. What's Picasso's full name? Pablo Diego Jose Francisco de Paula Juan Nepomuceno Maria de You're on the fastest route.
Play Laughing Owl.
Okay, Google, get out of my cell. Program. Show me my graduation photos.
It's 29 degrees and clear. Your order has shipped. Here are your scores.
can say users are already looking to Google to help them get things done. But we believe we are just getting started. We believe this is a long journey. And given it's a journey, we want to talk to you a little bit about the future. We want to show you the kind of things we aspire to be able to do. Let me do that with an example. Here's a common situation. It's Friday night. I'm sure many of you can relate to it. I'm back home, and I want to take my family to a movie. You normally pull out your phone, research movies, look at the reviews, find shows nearby, and try to book a ticket. We want to be there in these moments helping you. So you should be able to ask Google, what's playing tonight? And by the way, today, if you ask that question, we do return movie results, but we want to go a step further. We want to understand your context and maybe suggest 3 relevant movies which you would like nearby. I should be able to look at it and maybe tell Google, we want to bring the kids this time. And then if that's the case, Google should refine the answer and suggest family-friendly options. And maybe even ask me, would you like 4 tickets to any of these? And if I say, sure, let's do Jungle Book, it should go ahead and get the tickets and have them ready, waiting for me when I need it. As you can see, I engaged in a conversation with Google, and it helped me get things done in my context. And by the way, this is just one version of the conversation. This could have gone many, many different ways. For example, when Google returned the results, I could have asked, is Jungle Book any good? And Google could have given me the reviews and maybe even shown me a trailer. And by the way, I saw the movie, it's terrific, and hope you get to see it as well. Every single conversation is different. Every single context is different. And we are working hard to do this for billions of conversations, for billions of users around the world, for everyone. We think of the assistant as an ambient experience that extends across devices. I think computing is poised to evolve beyond just phones. It'll be in the context of a user's daily life. It'll be on their phones, devices they wear, in their cars, and even in their living rooms. For example, if you're in one of the 100 different Android Auto models, and you're driving, and you say, let's have curry tonight, we know the Warriors are on tonight, and Steph Curry is playing, but all you're looking for is food, and we should be smart, order that food, and let you know when it is ready, and maybe even have it waiting for you at your home. Talking about your home, we've already built many, many products for your home. Today, we have sold over 25 million Chromecast devices. So we've been thinking hard about how to bring this vision of Google Assistant into your home. Credit to the team at Amazon for creating a lot of excitement in this space. We've been thinking about our own unique approach, and we are getting ready to launch something later this year. To give you a preview, I'm going to invite Mario from the Chromecast team.
Thanks, Sundar. Today we want to give you an early preview of how we're bringing the Google Assistant to the home. Our aspiration is to make the Assistant useful and enjoyable in one of the most important places in your world, where you spend time with your family. When I walk into my house, I want to be able to continue to have access to the Google Assistant, but I should be able to interact with it in a hands-free way, simply using my voice without having to take out my phone. This is why we're creating Google Home, a device which will be available later this year. Google Home lets you enjoy music and entertainment throughout your entire house, manage everyday tasks more easily, and ask Google what you want to know. All of this will be done by speaking with the Assistant. It will let anyone in the family, kids or adults, have a conversation with Google. Google Home is unmatched in far-field voice recognition since it's powered by more than 10 years of innovation in natural language processing. I can continue the two-way dialogue with the assistant that Sundar mentioned earlier, whether I'm standing nearby cooking dinner or sitting across the room playing a game with my daughter. With Google Home, we set out to create and design a beautiful product that's warm and inviting and fits naturally in many areas of the home. We're designing the top to blend into your home. We'll give you the option to customize the base with different colors and finishes, including metal and fabric, to reflect your home's style, whether it be in the living room, the kitchen, or the bedroom. We're putting a lot of craftsmanship into the hardware design, including the LEDs placement and choreography, the speaker that's going to fill the room you're in with music, the microphone system, and the clean face without any buttons. This is Google Home. We think it'll be a beautiful addition to any room in your house. And we're even more excited about what it's going to do for you. First, music and entertainment are a big part of what makes being at home relaxing and fun. Not long ago, we introduced Chromecast, designed to play your favorite shows, movies, and YouTube videos on the biggest screen in your house. Last year, we added Chromecast Audio to bring the music you love to your best speakers. Chromecast has been one of the hottest selling consumer electronics products since the day it launched. And Google Home will build on those experiences. Google Home is a Wi-Fi speaker that streams music directly from the cloud so you get the highest quality playback. It will deliver rich bass and clear highs, all from a beautiful, compact form factor. Of course, you can access songs, playlists, albums, artists, and podcasts from your favorite music services just by asking with your voice. Or if you prefer, you can send music from your Android or iOS device through Google Cast. And unlike other home assistants, Google Cast support allows you to control other speakers in your home without complicated setup. So when you want to listen to Coldplay in the living room on the living room speakers, you can simply say, "Play Viva la Vida in the living room," and it'll start playing. Cast support also enables multi-room playback, so that you can add one or more Google Home devices to a group of speakers and really blast your favorite tunes. And it lets you control your video content too. Let's say that you want to watch that episode of Jimmy Kimmel or the trending YouTube video on your TV. Just tell Google Home and the content will appear on the biggest, brightest screen in your house. Next, Google Home will become more and more of a control center for your whole home. Home is where lots of daily tasks just need to get done. Having access to the Google Assistant makes this a lot easier. It's like having a voice-activated remote control to the real world whenever you need it. You can do the basics, like setting alarms and timers, or managing to-do lists and shopping lists. We're also designing Google Home to connect your smart home seamlessly. It will support the most popular home networking systems so that you can easily control your lights, thermostats, switches, and more, including our own Nest devices. Further in the future, we'll work with developers to make it possible to control things beyond the home, like booking a car, ordering dinner, or sending flowers to mom, and much, much more, all with just your voice. Third, Google Home lets you ask Google about anything you want to know. Of course, you can get the basics, like the weather or facts that you might find on Wikipedia. But what makes Google Home really shine is that it has search built in. It draws on 17 years of innovation in organizing the world's information to answer questions which are difficult for other assistants to handle. You might ask, how much fat is in an avocado? Or what is Draymond Green's jersey number? And then follow up that last question with, where did he go to college? Or try something more complex. What was the US population when NASA was established? You will get immediate, accurate answers from Google each time. And the Google Assistant not only knows a lot about the world, but it will stand apart in how it can also get to know you over time, with your permission, of course. It can help you retrieve your travel itinerary, your daily schedule, your traffic to work, your package delivery information, and much more. And as Google keeps getting better, so will Google Home. So that's Google Home, a beautiful, smart, voice-enabled assistant for the whole family. Enjoy music and entertainment throughout your entire house, manage everyday tasks effortlessly, and ask Google what you want to know. It's early days, but we want to give you and show you how we envision the Google Assistant coming to life at home. We created a short video to bring the product into a family setting to capture what it might be like in the future to have your personal Google around the house. Let's roll the video.
Okay, Google, play the morning playlist.
Okay, playing morning playlist.
Okay, Google, play music in all rooms.
Okay, Google, I'm listening.
Your flight to Portland is delayed by 30 minutes.
Change my dinner reservation tonight from 7:30 to 8.
Your reservation at Andina is now confirmed for 8 p.m.
Hey, Google, text Louise. Flight is delayed. Dinner moved to 8.
Okay, message sent.
Morning.
Morning. Hey, Google, turn the lights on in Kevin's room.
I thought you finished that already.
I forgot. Okay, Google, what's apples in Spanish?
Manzanas.
Hey, Google, has my package shipped?
Yes, it's already shipped. It'll arrive tomorrow.
Ooh, is that for me?
Maybe.
Interesting.
Okay, Google, how many stars are in our galaxy?
Well, there are about 100 to 400 billion stars, according to space.com.
Which star is the closest?
According to NASA, the nearest star system is Alpha Centauri.
Can you show me what it looks like on the TV?
Okay, Google, how's the traffic from Pebble Rock School to the airport?
Your normal route has heavy traffic. There's a faster one that'll take about 35 minutes. I've sent it to your phone.
Okay. Go!
Dad!
Hey, Google, what's on the calendar today?
The first event is a space day at Kevin's school. It starts at 8 a.m.
Space Day. Are you ready, buddy?
Ready.
Let's go.
Okay, Google, goodbye.
Goodbye.
We're really excited about what's ahead. Google Home will be available later this year. In the meantime, to stay up to date with the latest news, please sign up at google.com/home. We wanted to share this early preview at I/O so that we can work with partners in a more open way to deliver awesome experiences at launch. We'll have a lot more to share soon with the developer community about how to begin to integrate with the Google Assistant. And with that, let me ask Sundar back on stage.
Thank you, Mario. It's really exciting to see the Google Assistant come to life with Google Home and to help get people things done. To do this well, as Mario mentioned, we really need to work with developers and third parties so that we can provide these actions for our users. We already do this a lot at Google today. Using Google products, you can already book a movie ticket with Fandango, get a car with Uber, listen to music on Spotify, book a restaurant with OpenTable, maybe record a ride with Strava, and many, many more such use cases. So we are thinking about this thoughtfully, and we're working on a comprehensive way by which third-party developers can interact with the assistant, and we'll be sharing a lot more in the upcoming months. I talked earlier that we are working hard at core use cases on mobile. One such important use case is photos. Last year, thanks to the advances in computer vision, we approach photos with a new perspective. We announced Google Photo at Google I/O last year with the goal to help users find and organize their photos and videos, keep them safe, and share them effortlessly with their family and friends on any device. We've seen tremendous adoption with Google Photos, and just in the past year, we've seen tremendous adoption, and today we are over 200 million monthly active users. Our computer vision systems have automatically applied over 2 trillion labels. This is what allows us, when you search for Pomeranian, to find the right picture. And by the way, over 24 billion of those labels are for selfies. We even have Pomeranian selfies. Google Photos shows what's possible when you approach an existing area from a new perspective. Another core use case on users' phones is communications. It's an exciting area and there is a lot of innovation. But given our advancements in machine learning, we wanted to approach this core use case with a new perspective. Eric Coy is going to join to talk to you more about it.
Thanks, Sundar. You know, communications is all about sharing life's moments. That great restaurant I found, a winning shot in overtime, my daughter's recital. Today, I can share moments like these the second they happen, just by pulling up my phone and sending a message. Communications is such an important part of our lives, and it's an important focus for Google as well. What makes me personally excited about communications is the potential for innovation when you combine the power of mobile with advancements in machine learning. So today, we're giving you a look at what we've been up to with 2 new communication apps that show what's possible when we bring Google technology to this essential human activity. The first is a new messaging app called Allo. Thank you. Allo is a smart messaging app. It learns over time to make conversations easier, more expressive, and more productive by bringing all the richness of Google right into your chat. Allo is based on your phone number, so you can easily get in touch with anyone in your phone book. This morning, we're going to walk you through 3 areas that make Allo really special. First are some fun ways to express yourself and keep the conversation going. Then, we'll talk about what it means to have the Google Assistant built right into your messaging app. And finally, we'll tell you how Allo keeps your conversations private and secure. So let's get started. On the stage with me to help demo is Amit. He leads product management. And on the screen behind me, you can see Amit's in a chat with his, in a conversation with his friend Joy. So we designed Allo to help you express yourself and keep the conversation going. So of course, there's a great selection of stickers which we've sourced from independent artists and content producers from around the world. But expression is more than just emojis and stickers. So we've added more features that help you say what you mean. First, Let's look at Whisper Shout. We wanted to give you a way to add more emotion to your words. Sometimes you want to get your point across big and bold. Other times you want to say things a bit more softly. Whisper Shout lets you express how you really feel by making your replies very big or very small. Amit, can you show everyone how that works? So, Amit has typed yay and throws a smiley face in there. Now watch, rather than tapping the send button, he slides it down to whisper and slides it up again to shout. So down to whisper and up again to shout. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool too. No more yelling in all caps to get your point across. It's also fun to add emotion to your photos. And ink lets you get creative with the photos you send. Amit's picked a photo of his adorable baby girl and wrote ahoy on the little sailor. Posted it, it's that simple. I use ink all the time, it's really fun. Another way Allo helps you express yourself is by letting you type less, a lot less. We've taken a page from the Inbox playbook and built Smart Reply right into your chat conversations. This is especially powerful in messaging, when you're on the go. So now you can keep your conversations going with just a quick tap. So you can see, when Joy asks, dinner later, that Amit has offered 2 Smart Reply suggestions. I'm busy, and I'm in. Okay, I promise I won't act out any more emojis. So, Allo uses machine learning to suggest replies on the fly, anticipating what you might want to say next. Now, these aren't just canned replies. Allo learns over time and will suggest responses based on how you like to express yourself. The more you use Allo, the better the suggestions will become. So the suggestions you see are unique to you. You can say the things you want without having to type a single word. And since messaging isn't just about text, Smart Replies contain stickers and emojis too. Because as they say, an emoji's worth 1,000 words. Do they say that? Now I want to show you something really cool. Allo even offers Smart Replies when people send photos to you. This works because in addition to understanding text, Allo builds on Google's computer vision capabilities to understand the content and the context of images. In this case, Allo understood that the picture was of a dog, that it was a cute dog, and that even the breed of the dog. In our internal testing, we found that Allo is 90% accurate at determining whether a dog deserves the cute dog response. So let's try something even harder. When Joy sends a photo of pasta, we're able to identify the precise details of the image and create Smart Replies mentioning both the linguine and the clams. What's really cool here is that we don't just identify what's in the image. Smart Reply actually creates a conversational response. Something like yummy, the kind of thing you would actually say in response to a photo of food. This is only possible because we've married our strengths in computer vision and natural language processing. And if you think about it, there's a lot of complex technology at work here just to help you say something as fun, as simple and natural as, I love linguine. So, that's a little how Allo helps you express yourself and keep your conversations going. The intelligence behind Smart Reply also gives you a taste at how assistive technology can make your message experience simpler and more productive. The Google Assistant, built right into Allo, takes it even farther. So I'm pleased to introduce one of our leads, Rebecca, to tell you more about the Assistant in Allo.
Thanks, Eric. So as you heard earlier, the Google Assistant is an ongoing dialogue between you and Google that helps you get things done in your world. It's also designed as an ambient experience that's there for you whenever you need it. And in messaging, that really means bringing the Google Assistant right into your conversation with friends. So I'm going to show you how the Assistant can help in Amit and Joy's conversation. So they're planning a dinner, and Joy now says she'd like Italian food. The Assistant intelligently recognises that they could use some tips for Italian restaurants nearby, and you can see its proactive suggestion at the bottom of the screen there. Tapping this brings up restaurant cards that everyone in the chat can see. These are powered by Google's knowledge graph, which means that Allo can help with all kinds of information in the real world. So there's some back and forth about which restaurant to go to, and it looks like they're leaning towards Cucina at 7 o'clock. So Amit taps on the restaurant card to bring up more details. Looks good. Serves pasta, which we know Joy fancied. So Amit can now go ahead and make a reservation right there through OpenTable. The Assistant prompts him to confirm the number of diners and what time they want to eat. And now they're booked and ready to go. So what we're seeing here, is completely new. In the past, Amit would have had to leave the chat to do a Google search, return with some restaurant options, switch back again to share the options, go out again to make the reservation on OpenTable, and then come back in to share the details with the rest of the group. In Allo, Amit and Joy could choose and reserve a restaurant right there in the chat in a natural and seamless way. So OpenTable will be just one of the many partners that will be part of the Google Assistant ecosystem, and we can't wait to share more soon with the developer community about how to get started. Cool. So we saw some proactive suggestions from Google there. You can also call on the Google Assistant directly at any time just by typing @Google, as Amit's doing now. And he's going to ask for funny cat pics. Really, Amit? Okay. Cool. So Google obliges, of course, with a lovely lineup of cats from Google Image Search. Wow, that chin. Okay, so you just saw how the Google Assistant can be really helpful in groups. You can also have a one-on-one chat with Google. So what we're seeing now is Amit's contact list, and Google's appearing at the top there. So let's jump in and have a chat. Just like with any other conversation, this one picks up right where you left off, and the Assistant will remember things like your name, and even tell you how it's feeling. So let's try something more interesting. Amit's a big Real Madrid fan, and he wants to know how they got on in their last match. So he asked the Assistant, did my team win? Looks like they did. They won their, yeah. Some Real Madrid fans out there? Cool. So they won their last match on Saturday. Let's see when they're playing next. That's pretty cool. They're through to the Champions League final at the end of the month. And we can keep going like this and find more news about the team just by tapping on the suggestions there. But let's go ahead and tap on their roster. There we go. We have a carousel with all their top talent. And should we check out everyone's favourite? Okay, there he is, Mr. Ronaldo. And let's see some of his his best tricks. So Amit only has to type best tricks, and the Assistant understands the context and that he means Ronaldo's best tricks, and responds with a YouTube video. We won't play that video now, but if we did tap it, it would play right there in the chat. So let's play a game instead. Amit's asking Google to play a game. And, okay, Google's suggesting the emoji game. Right, the way this works is Google provides a string of emoji, and you have to guess the film title. Are you ready? Yeah, okay, let's play. Okay, so looks like we've got a crown and some rings. Any ideas? Lord of the Rings? I hear the Princess Bride over there. Amit, any ideas? Lord of the Rings. Oh, it's too easy. Okay, we could keep going, but I think you got the idea. So that was obviously. Should we keep going? No. Any ideas? They're good. Okay, so this is obviously a super simple game, and there's a bunch more that you can play in Allo, but we really think that the best games will come from the developer community. So, that was the assistant in Allo, allowing you to harness all of the richness and knowledge of Google from search, YouTube's, maps, photos, as well as many of our partners to have fun and get things done. As you saw, the interface is inherently personal and conversational, and the smart suggestion chips help to keep the conversation flowing. But most importantly, for the first time, you can use Google in your chats with your friends. And with that, I'll hand it back to Eric.
Thanks, Rebecca. And thanks, Elmer. I'm really excited about the possibilities that Google Assistant brings to messaging. Now let's talk a bit about privacy and security. We realize that sometimes people want to be incognito. Of course, this applies to chat as well. So, following in the footsteps of Chrome, we've created an incognito mode for Allo. While all messages in Allo are encrypted, chats in incognito mode are end-to-end encrypted. Incognito chats have discrete notifications, hiding the sender and the message contents from shoulder servers and prying eyes. Incognito also offers message expiration, so you're in control of how long your private messages stick around. And similar to when you close an incognito window in Chrome, when you delete an incognito conversation in Allo, it's gone forever, and no one can see it again on your device. With incognito mode, Allo gives users additional controls over their privacy and security, and we anticipate adding even more security features to it over time. So that's Allo. Allo is fast, smart, and secure, and it lets you express yourself in fun new ways. And Allo will be the first home for the Google Assistant as it starts to take shape, bringing the richness of Google right into your chats. Now, Allo is all about messaging, but let me talk to you a minute about video calling. Just as technology has helped connect people through messaging, video calling has brought families and friends together from around the world. It can be a magical experience. So why don't we pick up the phone and do it more often? Well, maybe the other person has a different kind of phone. Maybe the connection is a little spotty. And even when it does work, getting a call can often feel intrusive because you're not quite sure why the other person's calling. That's why we challenged ourselves to design a video calling experience that would feel magical every time. So I'd like to introduce you to Duo, a simple one-to-one video calling app for everyone. Duo is the video companion to Allo. It's fast and performs well even on slow networks. It's end-to-end encrypted. It's based on your phone number, allowing you to easily get in touch with the people you care about. And it works on both Android and iOS. But here's a feature that makes Allo really special. We call it Knock Knock. Knock Knock shows you a live video stream of the caller before you've even picked up. Not only can you see who's calling, but what they're up to and why they're calling. A smile, a beach, a newborn baby can all draw you into the moment, making calls feel spontaneous and natural. And once you pick up, Duo puts you right into the call, seamlessly transitioning from the live preview to the live call. Knock Knock totally changes what it's like to receive a video call. So let's take a look. And almost right on cue, I'm getting a call from my daughter Ava. I use Ava for all my demos. So as you can see, and Elena apparently too is popping in there. I haven't even picked up yet, but Ava's right there, smiling and making funny faces. I can tell she's really eager to talk, so let's answer it.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Ava. Hi, Elena. Hi, girls.
Are you done with your presentation yet?
Almost. I'll be done soon. Could you wave to everybody?
Hi, everybody.
All right. All right. Bye. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, Dad.
Oops. So you just saw how Knock Knock drew us into the conversation with Ava and Elena before we even picked it up, and how fast and smooth it was. Now, Knock Knock only works when the video is instant. There can't be a gap between the phone ringing and the video appearing. This is a really hard technical problem, but we're uniquely positioned to tackle it. Duo was built by the team that created WebRTC, the open source platform that now powers much of today's mobile video communication. And we know this technology like no one else. We used a new protocol called QUIC that allows Duo to establish an encrypted connection in a single round trip. We obsessed over every last detail of video transmission, hand tuning and optimizing codecs, bandwidth probing, encryption, and more. The result is the unique feel of Knock Knock. You're right there in an instant. So the other thing that really sets Duo apart is how reliable it makes video calling. Duo works wherever you are, whether it's New York or New Delhi, Buenos Aires or Butte, at home or on the road. Duo proactively monitors network quality multiple times per second, allowing it to degrade gracefully when bandwidth is limited, and to seamlessly switch between Wi-Fi and cellular. And of course, this all happens automatically behind the scenes, so you don't have to worry about it. All this technology combines with a smooth interface that fades away, allowing you to focus on each other in beautiful HD video and audio. This is what makes Duo a video calling experience that feels unlike anything you've used before. Now, I'd like to show you a short video that shows how Duo brings magic back to video calling. Let's go, let's go.
You ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy
Do you want to be baby Alex? No way! That's too cute.
Where are you?
Hold on, guys, I gotta get this.
You can really see how fun and spontaneous video calls become with Duo. We're incredibly excited to be connecting people all over the world with these two new apps. Allo, a smart messaging app with expression and the power of Google Assistant. And Duo, a simple video app with the spontaneity of Knock Knock. Both Allo and Duo will be available this summer on Android and iOS. Now, to talk to you a bit about Android, I'd like to invite to the stage our resident rock star, Dave Burke.
Thanks, Eric. Hey, I'm Dave. It's amazing to be here at Google I/O 2016 at the Shoreline Amphitheater. All right. What a great venue. I think this is going to be the very closest I get to my childhood dream of being a rock star on the stage. There's something wrong about nerds being allowed on a rock star stage like this. But anyway, all right, so far we've talked about the scale of mobile and how we're thinking about evolving our products to be smarter and more assistive through machine learning and AI. And a key driver of this scale is Android. As you've heard, this year marks the 10th anniversary of our first developer conference. It's also been 10 years since we started working on Android. So how are we doing? Well, Android is the most popular OS in the world. More than 600 Android smartphones have launched in the last year alone. Everything from Disney princess phones to metal unibody devices tricked out in titanium. There's a phone for everyone. And as Android continues to expand into new screens, like on the wrist and in the car, and on TVs and connected devices, there's increased opportunity for developers to reach users, whether they're at home or on the go. Android Wear. There are now 12 partner brands with iconic watchmakers like Tag Heuer and designers like Michael Kors. Android TV. There are now millions of new Android TV devices growing rapidly with media content and games from the biggest names in the industry. Android Auto. More than 100 car models and stereos have launched, with another 100 on their way by the end of the year. And of course, Google Play. There were 65 billion installs in the last year alone. And I'm just in constant awe of all the amazing apps and services that you're creating that's fueling this. So let's talk about what's new in the platform. With the end release, we wanted to achieve a new level of product excellence. So we set about redesigning and rewriting many fundamental aspects of how the system works. Now, a lot of the features in N were inspired by users, how they use their phones, what they've told us, and how we think we can make their day-to-day experience better and more useful. This year, we decided to do something a little different by releasing early developer previews of the N release before Google I/O. We want to share our work in progress with you as we build it, so we have more time for your feedback. Also, getting the platform out earlier means there's more time for app developers and device makers to be ready for the release later this year. The response to the N developer preview has been overwhelming. Many of you are already developing on the N preview release on a daily basis, and it's just humbling to be part of a project of this scale. So thank you for all of the feedback so far. Now, often one of the hardest parts of creating an Android release is coming up with the name. And I have no idea why, but this year, the N dessert name is proving trickier than all of the others. So for the first time ever, we're going to be inviting the world to submit their ideas to www.android.com/N. And we're looking forward to your input, but please don't call it Namey McNameface. I should add that we reserve the right to pick the winner. All right. In the meantime, let's jump straight in and talk about some of the biggest changes in N around performance, security, and productivity. Let's start with performance. We've improved performance in N in two key areas, graphics and runtime. In recent Android releases, we extended the OpenGL standard to bring advanced graphics capabilities, usually found on desktop and game consoles, to mobile. With N, we're making our biggest leap forward with the introduction of Vulkan. Vulkan is a modern 3D graphics API designed to give game developers direct control of the GPU to produce incredible graphics and compute performance. And we made a concerted effort to work with the industry on Vulkan, so you can use the same APIs and graphics assets and shaders on the desktop as well as mobile. Because Vulkan has a lower CPU overhead than OpenGL, game developers are able to squeeze in more effects per frame while still maintaining a high frame rate. Let's take a look at a Nexus 6P running a new version of the Need for Speed game by Electronic Arts. And there are a bunch of really nice improvements in this version thanks to Vulkan. You'll notice the beautiful graphics and reflections and materials on the car thanks to physically based rendering. Also check out the realistic motion blur effect, which is computed for every object at the side of the road. And there's a really nice water surface effect on the road. and the shaders for these are pre-compiled ahead of time and can now run anywhere. So that's graphics performance. We've also spent a lot of effort working on improving the Android runtime. First, we've made major optimizations to our compiler. The compiler in N performs anything from 30 to 600% faster on major CPU benchmarks like dry scope. Second, we've added a new just-in-time or JIT compiler. And JIT compilation means that app installs are much faster, 75% faster in N. So now users can get up and running in your apps much more quickly. And also, because JIT is more selective about which methods it compiles, we're also able to reduce the amount of storage needed for app code by a full 50%. Now, unlike conventional JIT systems, the Android runtime uses profile-guided optimization to write compiled code to Flash for the next time you run the app. So this improves performance and reduces battery consumption. In summary, the new JIT compiler improves software performance, makes installs faster, and reduces the amount of storage you need for apps on your device. Let's talk about another big area of focus for us, security. We designed Android from the beginning with a multi-layered defense-in-depth security architecture. And Android employs the latest cutting-edge security technologies, things like SE Linux, verified boot integrity, and full disk encryption. With N, we're continuing to strengthen our defenses in 3 key ways. First, N introduces file-based encryption. By encrypting at the file level instead of the block level, we're able to better isolate and protect individual users of the system. Second, we learned the importance last year of hardening the security of the media framework, especially since it's accessing files from anywhere on the internet. So in N, we've split out key subsystems into individual SE Linux protected processes, things like codecs and file extractors. By improving the security of the media framework, we improve the security of the entire device. Third, and this is something that's really cool, N automatically keeps your phone up to date with the latest version of the system software without you having to do anything. Like Chromebooks, new Android devices built on N have two system images. So when an update is available, your phone will automatically download the new system image in the background. So the next time you power up your phone, it will seamlessly switch into the new software image. You're no longer asked for your password when the phone powers up, thanks to file-based encryption and a new feature called Direct Boot. And that pesky Android is upgrading dialog is finally gone, thanks to the new JIT compiler. I think the best feeling in the software industry is actually deleting code, by the way. All right, this approach to software updates is one of the most loved features of Chromebooks, and I'm really excited to bring it to mobile as well. So that's some of the ways we're improving security mechanisms in the platform. But let's not forget about all of the security services that Google provides to keep all Android devices safe. In fact, when you think about the scale of Android and Google Play and the number of devices and apps out there, we're providing one of the most comprehensive mobile security solutions in the world. Let's take a look at a few examples. Google Chrome protects users when they're surfing the web through a system called safe browsing. Safe browsing warns users ahead of time when they're about to go to a site that we know contains known malware or is known to be deceptive. Today, we're protecting over 1 billion mobile Chrome users. Another example of how we protect users is through the Google Play Store. All Android apps undergo rigorous security testing before appearing on the store. We review every app to make sure it meets our policies. We also run an app security improvement program with developers to identify potential security vulnerabilities. For example, we've worked with key banking and e-commerce applications to ensure they're using HTTPS properly to protect against man-in-the-middle attacks. Google Play itself is built on a state-of-the-art cloud-based infrastructure we call SafetyNet. With SafetyNet, Google's expert systems and machine learning models analyze billions of signals every day to predict bad behavior. If an app steps out of line, Google Play will block or uninstall the app no matter where it was installed from. And the scale of safety net is extraordinary. Every day, we test over 1 billion devices and over 8 billion installed apps. And all of this happens under the hood to keep you safe and secure, no matter what version of Android you're on. Let's move on. A third area of focus for us is our continued effort to improve productivity. And we've taken a close look at how people multitask on Android to understand what's working for them and where we can improve. And we've particularly focused on the recent app screen. And what we learned from our user research is that over 99% of the time, people only select an app within the last 7. So we decided to simplify by automatically removing apps in the list that you haven't used in a while. This then makes it much easier to find the app that you're looking for. Also, based on popular demand, we finally added a clear all button at the top. Yeah, feels good. But my absolute favorite feature is something that we call Quick Switch. You can now flip to the previous app you're in just by double tapping the Recents button from anywhere. You can think of it like a simplified Alt-Tab. And it's amazingly useful in so many situations. For example, let's say I'm in a phone call and I'm trying to coordinate an event. I can flip over to the calendar app I was just in by double tapping the Recents button at the bottom right. From there, I can check my schedule and then flip back to the dialer by double tapping the Recents button again. It's pretty cool. Now, many of you have also asked for the ability to display more than one app at the same time. So we've invested a lot of effort in redesigning our window management framework in N. And we're introducing 2 powerful new windowing modes in this release, split screen and picture-in-picture. Split screen is designed for tablets and phones, and it's really simple to use. So for example, let's say I'm watching a video on YouTube to learn how to make the best nachos. I can long tap on the Recents button to enter multi-window, and from there launch something like Google Keep, for example. Now I can update my shopping list for ingredients while I'm watching the video. The second mode, picture-in-picture, is designed for Android TV, and it's a great way to let you keep watching something while you perform another task. For example, let's say I'm watching a live TV program on retro gaming, and they're talking about Pac-Man, and I want to see if I can install and play the game myself. I can put the live content into picture-in-picture mode to keep watching it, and then go ahead and perform a voice search for Pac-Man. This will then give me an option to install the game from the Play Store, all at the same time as watching the content. It's pretty cool. Notifications is another area we've worked on to improve productivity in Android. And it turns out that today, over half of the notifications shown in Android originate from messaging applications. So we decided to make some changes to really optimize for this use case. We've added a new direct reply feature, which lets you quickly reply to a message like so. You no longer need to launch the app to fire off a quick response, so it's a real time saver. We've also added a feature to give you more control over notifications. With N, you can long tap a notification to change its visibility. For example, you can block notifications from a given app or set them to show only silently. So now you're able to choose which notifications are important for you. One other area we've worked on to improve your productivity in Android is your ability to express yourself with emoji. And Android is the first mobile platform to support the new Unicode 9 emoji standard. And with this addition are more human-looking glyphs and support for skin tone variations. Unicode 9 also brings 72 new emoji glyphs. So now you can let your friends know, for example, when you're dancing like the left shark while juggling and eating avocado toast in order to win first prize in that selfie contest. Basically my typical Friday night. Not. But more seriously, we're really committed to this space, and we're continuing to work with the Unicode Consortium on the next generation of emoji. In particular, you may have seen some of our suggestions around better representing women in professional roles. So thank you for all the support for that so far. All right, let's wrap up. Android N is the best version of Android yet. I have to say that, but it's actually true. We've made it faster and more performant with the powerful new JIT compiler and Vulkan 3D graphics. We're continuing to harden our security and provide the first truly seamless software update system for mobile. And we're making users more productive with better multitasking, brand new multi-window support, and improved notifications. In fact, there are over 250 major new features in there. Everything from Java 8 language support with lambdas to data saver, setting suggestions, and much, much more. You can check out the What's New in Android session later today to learn even more. We're still putting the final touches on the end release, and we expect to launch it later this summer. But if you can't wait until then, I'm happy today to announce that we're publishing our first beta quality release candidate for you to try out on your main phone or tablet. You'll be able to opt into the new beta program at www.android.com/beta and run N on your Nexus 6, 9, 5X, 6P, Nexus Player, and Pixel C. Now, there's one more area, N, that we've been working hard on that we haven't talked about yet. And to tell you more about what it is and how it fits into our bigger plans, let me invite up Clay Bavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I'm Clay Bavor, and I lead the virtual reality team at Google. And yeah, just to get right to it, virtual reality is coming to Android N. So it all actually started at a Google I/O 2 years ago with Cardboard. And since then, Cardboard has done some pretty amazing things. There are millions of them out there in the world, in all shapes and sizes. We've enabled thousands of developers to build their first VR app, and users have installed over 50 million Cardboard-enabled apps. We think that's pretty good for what is, after all, just a piece of cardboard. Now, we love Cardboard, and for us, it represents so much of what we think VR should be about. It should be mobile, it should be approachable, it should be for everyone. But we knew it was just a start, because there's a limit to how much you can do, how immersive an experience you can create with some Cardboard, and with phones that were really only meant to be phones. We wanted to create something that has the best attributes of Cardboard, but which is also comfortable, richly interactive, and far more immersive. But to create that kind of immersion, you have to make your brain say, yep, I'm somewhere else. You have to solve a lot of really hard problems across all parts of the VR experience. You have to design a system that's capable of rendering at very high frame rate and resolution. To make the experience really comfortable, you have to minimize what's called motion to photon latency. That's the delay between when you move your head and when the picture updates to reflect that motion. And you need to solve for how you interact with things in VR. When you nail those things, it just feels like you're there. Well, we've been working on these problems and more. And now what we've built won't be available until this fall, but we'd like to introduce you to it today. We call it Daydream. Daydream is our platform for high-quality mobile virtual reality. In it are all of the ingredients you need to create incredible immersive VR experiences. Now, over time, Daydream will encompass VR devices in many shapes and sizes. But today is about how Daydream will enable high-quality VR on Android smartphones. There are 3 parts to it. The smartphones themselves, including VR optimizations to Android N, a reference design for a headset and a controller, and apps, both how you get them through Google Play and the apps themselves. We've designed and built each part in concert with the others, with a focus on getting the end-to-end user experience just right. So let's start with smartphones. Now, the first thing we did was look at what it takes to build a smartphone that's great at being a smartphone, but also at being the core of a VR system. And with input from the major silicon vendors and smartphone manufacturers, we've created a set of phone specifications for VR. We call phones that meet these specs Daydream ready. And the specs include things like high-performance sensors for accurate head tracking, displays with a fast response time to minimize blur, and powerful mobile processors. And if a phone meets these specs, it'll be capable of delivering a great VR experience. But the smartphone itself, it's only part of the story. The operating system, the software, it needs to be able to make use of all of these capabilities, all while keeping latency to an absolute minimum. So we've introduced what we call VR mode as part of Android N. We've worked at all levels of the Android stack to optimize it for VR. We focused in particular on performance and latency, which we brought down to under 20 milliseconds. By adding things like single buffer rendering and VR system UI, so notifications and alerts come through properly in VR. And all of this makes for a really comfortable VR experience that we think users are going to love. Now, it's important. These improvements are part of the core of Android N, so that the entire ecosystem can benefit. And what that means for developers is there are going to be a lot of Daydream-ready phones. In fact, Samsung, Alcatel, Asus, Huawei, HTC, LG, Xiaomi, and ZTE all will have smartphones that are compatible with the Daydream-ready spec, and several will be available this fall. So that's phones with Daydream-ready phone specs and the VR optimizations as part of Android N. Let's turn to headsets. Now, this is obvious, but a VR headset is something that you wear on your head. And because it's something that you wear, there's so many things you need to get just right. It has to have great optics, it has to be comfortable. The materials need to feel good, and it needs to be really easy to put on and take off. We've taken what we've learned in all of these areas, and we've created a reference design for headsets that will work seamlessly with Daydream-ready phones. We're sharing this design with partners across the ecosystem, and there will be several of them coming to market with the first available this fall. Now, when it comes to VR, everyone thinks about headsets, but the controller, how you interact with VR, it's just as important. We wanted to create a controller that's optimized for VR, that's both powerful and intuitive. So we've been working on a controller for Daydream. It looks like this. And if we actually zoom in a little bit, you can see the controller itself, it's very simple. There are a few buttons and a clickable touchpad so you can scroll and swipe. But hidden inside the controller is the magic. We built an orientation sensor so it knows where it's pointing, how it's turning. You can do some pretty awesome things with it. Let's have a look. As you can see, the controller is super flexible, and the developers we've shared it with absolutely love it. Now, the controller too will be part of the reference design that we're sharing with partners, with the first available this fall. Okay, so we've talked about smartphones and operating systems, headsets and controllers, but ultimately that's not what VR is about. It's about what you can experience. So let's turn to apps, what you can do in VR. Now first, if you're a developer, you know that there's a lot upstream from someone using your app or playing your game. Users have to find it in a store, buy it, install it, launch it. This will all work seamlessly in Daydream. That's because we built Google Play for VR. Users will be able to browse and search and buy and install VR apps in VR. And once you've installed an app, you can keep coming back to it from what we call Daydream Home, which gives you access to all of your favorite games and apps. Let's actually talk about some of those apps, the things you can do and the places you can go. Our partners like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and CNN are bringing their VR apps to Daydream, so you'll be able to experience the world's news like you're actually there. Hulu, Netflix, HBO, even IMAX are bringing their libraries to Daydream, so you'll be able to watch shows and movies in a virtual cinema or an immersive 3D film in a virtual IMAX theater. Here's a shot from just one of the dozens of IMAX films that will be available. And I don't know about you, but I am pretty fired up about hanging out with astronauts in VR. So something else that's going to be awesome in Daydream is games. We've been working with the likes of Ubisoft and CCP, NetEase, and Electronic Arts. And these amazing developers are creating games that take advantage of all that we've talked about. And there are some really neat things in the works. We've also been working on some of our own apps. Google Play Movies is coming to Daydream, complete with high-definition DRM video support. That means you'll be able to watch movies and TV shows from Play, but in a virtual movie theater. Street View is coming to Daydream, so you'll be able to walk the streets of the world without having to fly around the world. And Google Photos will support VR photos, so you can step inside and relive favorite moments. And there's one more, YouTube. We've rebuilt YouTube from the ground up for VR. In it is voice search, discovery, your favorite playlist, again, all in VR. We've added spatial audio, improved VR video streaming, so you'll be able to step inside the world's largest collection of VR videos and experience places and concerts and events like you're actually there. And by the way, you'll also be able to watch every single standard video currently on YouTube, but in a very different way. We think people are going to love it. So that's Daydream, our platform for high-quality mobile virtual reality. Daydream-ready smartphones with VR optimizations as part of Android N, a comfortable headset and a powerful, intuitive controller, and some amazing apps and experiences. All designed in concert and open and at the scale of Android. Now, Daydream arrives this fall, but you can get started developing for it today with the latest Android developer preview. And we'll go into that and more tomorrow here at 9 a.m. So that's it for VR and Android. To tell you about wearables in Android, I'd like to turn it over to David Singleton. Thanks.
Thanks, Clay. We launched Android Wear at I/O 2 years ago. And since then, we've partnered with 12 brands to pair distinctive styles with the latest in wearable technology. And the result is an impressive collection of over 100 different beautiful designs. So whether you admire the heritage of Ty Boyer or the iconic design of Michael Kors, spend your time hiking a trail or riding a wave, you can wear what you want. And Android Wear works with Android and iPhones, because no matter what phone you carry in your pocket, you should always be able to wear what you want on your wrist. And today, I'm sharing a preview of our biggest platform update yet, Android Wear 2.0. Over the past 2 years, we've learned a lot about what people want and don't want from a watch. We know that the most important role of your watch is helping you stay connected to what matters, to important, timely information, to the people you love, and to your health, all from your wrist. And that's why we're evolving the platform to build even better experiences for the watch face, messaging, and fitness. Android Wear already has thousands of watch faces you can download, and now we're making them even more useful by letting any watch face show data from any app. So now you can mix and match the styles you love with the information that's most useful to you. Let's take a look. Jeff Chang from the Wear team has the newest LG watch with LTE. And here you can see a watch face from Zhu Handin. Jeff has customized it with his calorie count from LifeSum, stock information from Robinhood, and his tasks from Todoist. If he wants to see other tasks for today, he simply taps right there on the watch face and sees a reminder to call mom. And watches are uniquely suited to connect us to those people we love. You'll never miss a call from your child's school or a message from a close friend. And that's why we're redesigning key experiences on the watch to be even more intuitive and enabling new ways to respond to messages designed just for your wrist. This includes Smart Reply that knows the context of your message, best-in-class handwriting recognition, and a new keyboard, all powered by Google's machine learning. And here's what it looks like when Jeff gets a message from a friend. He taps to reply, chooses handwriting input, And now he uses his finger to sketch big letters on the watch. The text is recognized automatically, and now she knows, with one more go, she knows that he'll be there at 3 p.m. Many of you want your watch to be like a personal coach, helping you stay aware, motivated, and connected to your body. First, we're improving the fitness experience with Google Fit Platform's automatic activity recognition. Second, your apps can exchange data using the Google Fit API. So information like calories consumed in a nutrition app can sync with calories burned in a running app. And finally, we're expanding the ways you can enjoy listening to music while you work out, even when you leave your phone behind. When you want to go for a run, you can just go with the watch you're already wearing. No need to strap your phone in an awkward armband. And thanks to the hardware sensors on your watch and automatic activity recognition, apps like Strava will start tracking your time and distance when you start running. And if you enjoy music while working out, you can launch Spotify right from your watch face. And the best part of all of this, you don't even need a phone. In fact, when Jeff was showing you the demos, his phone was turned off. And everything you saw here today, from sending messages to streaming music, worked on just his watch. With Android Wear 2.0, apps can be standalone. That means the apps on your watch can have direct network access to the cloud via Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or a cellular connection. And that means a fast and richer on-watch app experience for both Android and iPhone users. With standalone apps, watches with cellular support become even more powerful. You'll be able to make calls, get help from Google, and use your favorite apps right on the watch, no matter where your phone is or even if it's on or off. Starting today, developers can download a preview of Android Wear 2.0, and everyone will be able to enjoy these exciting new watch experiences in the fall. It's time for us to reimagine what's possible for wearables together, and we can't wait to see the incredible things that you all built. And now, here's one example from the wider Android developer community.
Home is more than just the place you are in. It's a feeling. It was very dangerous if I would stay in Syria. So many Syrians have had to leave our country. We have about 2.5 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. Small things that were easy in Syria suddenly become hard in the foreign land. I ask myself what I can do for refugees. I know programming. Gurbetna means expedition that helps Syrians navigate a new life in Turkey. For example, I want to rent a car. I want to rent a house. It also helps connect you with employers. Tells you how to get your children into the schools. Anything. I love programming because it allows me to do anything. It seems there is no limit to what we can accomplish. Syria will always be our country, but it's possible to make this new place feel like a home.
Hi, I'm Jason Titus, and I lead our developer product group here at Google. And as you can see, software developers are changing our world in a big way. In fact, it's hard to find an aspect of our lives that hasn't been touched. From how we learn, to how we get around, to how we meet people. You are constantly finding ways to use new and emerging technologies to improve our lives. And despite all of the innovation that has already occurred, the opportunities ahead are greater still. But it's really hard to go from an idea to building a great product to getting it in users' hands. So I'd like to share some of the things that we've been doing over the last year to make this process easier on any platform. Let's start with the web. The shift to mobile for the web platform is well underway. We've recently hit a milestone with over 1 billion people using Chrome on mobile every month. We've been working on several initiatives to try and make the web work better on mobile devices. I want to talk about 2 of them. First, we've implemented powerful new web standards in Chrome that enable a new class of website to gain app-like behavior. Like working reliably on even the worst networking connection, or sending notifications to re-engage users. We call websites that use these features progressive web apps because they get progressively better depending on the capability of the web browsers, and they can lead to dramatically better user experiences. Second, we created an open source project called Accelerated Mobile Pages, or AMP, to make it simple to create extremely fast mobile websites using existing web standards. On average, AMP pages are loaded 4 times faster and use 1/10 as much data. These things load almost instantly. So, we're making it easier to develop mobile websites, but we're also investing in native development. We want Android Studio to be the quickest, most reliable way to build Android apps. I'd like to invite Steph up to tell you more.
Thanks, Jason. I'm Steph. I work on the Android team. Android Studio is our official IDE. It's purpose-built for Android. And it was only 3 years ago, right here at I/O, that we showed it for the first time. Since then, it has built a ton of momentum. 92% of the top 125 apps and games now use Android Studio, and millions of developers worldwide. Our Android engineering team sees that almost all the professional developers that we connect with have used it and switched over from our Eclipse tools. Your feedback has been awesome because it's helped us focus on the right things. We care a lot about making it great, and there's much more to come. This morning, we'll release our latest, which is Android Studio's 2.2 preview, focusing on speed, smarts, and Android platform support. First, speed. Already with 2.1, we made building and running changes 10 times faster than it was only 6 months ago. Our new Instant Run feature drove most of this. Now when you hit run, we deploy changes directly into the running app. The emulators are 3 times faster, and push speeds are even faster than that. So all of that means the emulators are now actually faster than the physical device that's probably in your pocket right now. But we want to keep speeding you up to launch earlier. One of the things that you told us is that we could not possibly make build speeds too fast. So with 2.2, we're going to accelerate build speeds again. Plus, we know Instant Run's a long-term bet, so we'll keep expanding coverage. Another thing we want to do is make it easier to write tests to help drive up app quality. So with test recording, now as you just tap through your app, we'll write all of your espresso test code for you. It's basically as if you had handwritten the code yourself, and you can run those tests locally, or you can run them with our IDE integrated cloud test lab to make sure your app runs well on many Android devices. Now, one of the things the engineering team is most excited about is that with 2.2, you're going to be able to build layouts faster, and they'll run faster too. So let me show you this. 2.2 includes a rewritten, feature-rich layout designer with new constraint layouts. So what you're going to see here is you'll be able to use the layout window. It's almost like a sheet of paper. So you can position your widgets, and once you're happy, you'll see here we save you a ton of time because we're going to automatically add all the constraints for you, doing a bunch of actually very cool math under the covers. You'll see the UI here is now going to adapt, so you can try it on different Android devices. It'll adapt to different orientations. But what you can't see is behind the scenes, your app will run faster too. So many of you here are professional Android developers, and you know building rich UI usually requires nested layouts. and those are hard to performance tune at times. With constraint layouts, there is no nesting required. So overall, you get the same rich UI, less work, and better performance by default. Second, smarts. We want to help you write better Android apps. The 2.2 preview includes a new APK analyzer, so you can figure out, hey, what's making my app so big? This is really useful for all of you who are targeting emerging markets. You've talked to us a lot about this. You also asked for a layout inspector. So we have a new layout inspector in 2.2, so you can find out what's inside your Android layouts. When you run code analysis, you'll find a bunch of new quality checks. And that's in addition to the 260 that are already there, all designed to eliminate common classes of errors that we see on Android. And we integrated the latest version of the wonderful IntelliJ IDE 2016.1. The third thing I want to talk about is Android platform support. So we developed the IDE right alongside the platform, so we can bring you the very best. 2.2 includes, to name just a few, support for N's new Jack compiler, which is bringing you wonderful Java 8 features like lambdas, default methods. And for all of you developers who are working on graphics-rich like games and apps, you know C++ is critical, and it's because of your requests we've been steadily building out C++ support. Now we already have C++ editing and debugging, but in 2.2 you'll find a major change based on your feedback. In addition to Gradle, for build, we'll now support CMake and NDK build. And both of those build systems will work with the debugger, and then on top of that we made C++ debugging better also. So I would really appreciate it, we would really appreciate it if you download and try all of this today and give us feedback. With that, I would love to pass it back to Jason. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steph. It's great to see Android Studio getting so much faster. And there's one more product I'd like to talk to you about. 18 months ago, we acquired Firebase, a great mobile backend as a service for storing your app's data and syncing it across iOS, Android, and the web. Since then, its usage has grown to over 450,000 developers. We really admired its great developer experience, and we wanted to figure out how to bring that to other areas of app development. We've been working closely with companies big and small all over the world to explore how we can make our offering better. Today, we are announcing the next generation of Firebase. Firebase is now a suite of integrated products to help you build your app, grow your user base, and earn money. This is the biggest, most comprehensive developer update we have ever made. So, at the heart of the new Firebase is a mobile analytics tool we built from the ground up called Firebase Analytics. It's inspired by much of the work that we've done in the last 10 years with Google Analytics, but it's designed specifically for the unique needs of apps. It's great for app developers for a couple of ways. First, it gives you rich insights into what users are doing inside of your app. And it also tells you where they're coming from with rich cross-network attribution. All of this in a single dashboard. Second, we've created a new feature called Firebase Audiences, which integrates all of Firebase together. With Firebase Audiences, you can group users based on the criteria that matters to you most, and then take action with notifications, experiments, and even re-engagement campaigns on AdWords. And the best part? Firebase Analytics works across Android and iOS, and it is completely free and unlimited. Surrounding analytics are over a dozen other major features. I'm going to cover some highlights. First, there's cloud messaging and notifications, which is built on the world's most popular cloud-to-device messaging platform. With over 1 million apps
sending over 170 billion messages every day. And now that it's integrated into Firebase, you can send targeted notifications to your audiences without writing any code. And, like analytics, it is completely free and unlimited. Now, app quality is important to all of us. If your app crashes, it's bad for your users, and it hurts your business. Here, within Google, teams like Chrome build and deploy across multiple platforms at scale. So we've built on their infrastructure and created Firebase Crash Reporting. You can use it to quickly identify bugs and issues and take action to reduce impact on your users. Another aspect of building a high-quality app is being able to tune and experiment with features. So we've taken the same infrastructure that we use for our own apps and created Firebase Remote Config, which lets you create experiments and test app configurations at scale. Finally, to help you grow, we've created dynamic links. A dynamic link is just a regular URL whose behavior can be configured depending upon where it's tapped. It persists through the app install process, so you can drive installs while still maintaining a superior user experience. In this example with NPR, with dynamic links, we were able to take what was 13 taps down to only 4. So, as I mentioned, there are over a dozen features of the new Firebase. And while each of them is interesting on its own, the power of Firebase is in how they're integrated together. Here's a quick example. First, with crash reporting, you can see crashes as they're happening. Then in analytics, you can look at what the impact is on your business. Once you fix the crash, you can actually use notifications to reach back out and invite users back into your app, or use remote config to offer them a coupon. And all of this is integrated into our Google Cloud platform, so that if you want to do deeper, more customized analysis of your analytics data, you can export it to BigQuery, Google's fully managed, petabyte-scale data warehouse. So, I've only skimmed the surface. We're going to go into detail later on this afternoon, and we have over 30 sessions on Firebase throughout I/O. The new Firebase is available today. It is either through one easy-to-install SDK across Android, iOS, and the web. Please give it a try. We're really interested to hear what you think, and we can't wait to see what you build next. And with that, here's Ellie to give you a preview of a new Android effort that we're working on for you.
Thanks, Jason. Hi, everybody. I'm Ellie from the Android team, and I'm here with Ficus Kirkpatrick, our engineering director. We hope that Firebase will make it a lot easier for all of you to build great apps. And we're also thinking hard about how Android apps should evolve and do more. We'll be showing you a sneak peek of a new project. We think it's going to change how people experience Android apps, and we'll be bringing it to Android users and developers over the next year. Developers like all of you here have built amazing Android apps. They unleash the full power of Android devices, seamlessly combining the camera, sensors, smooth animations, and more. But you've really told us that you want to be able to bring users into your apps more quickly. We want to make it easier for users and developers to connect, for users to access a wider range of apps, and for developers to reach more people. With the web, you could just click on a link and land on a web page. That's one click and a few seconds. What if you could run any app with one tap? That's what we're working on. We're evolving Android apps to run instantly, without installation. We call this Android Instant Apps. We're going to share a quick preview of what we've been working on, and And I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to this moment for a really long time. So let's say my friend Michael sends me this link to Tasty on BuzzFeed Video. And let's be completely clear, let's be honest with each other. I do not have the BuzzFeed Video app installed on my phone. What we're going to do is we're going to tap the URL, and it's going to take me right into BuzzFeed Video's Android app without installing it. Ficus, go. What's happening here is Google Play is fetching only the pieces of the app that we need right now. There. We are in the Android app, and I didn't even have to install it. It was pretty fast too, right? So here you can see there's a bunch of different videos showing to make a whole bunch of different recipes. And the videos start playing automatically. Remember, it's a real Android app, right? And I can just swipe and go to the next video really quickly. The app was able to open so fast because it's been split up into modules. When Ficus tapped the link, Google Play downloaded only the code that was necessary to display this screen. And if I want to keep BuzzFeed Video on my home screen, it's simple to install the app right here. Here's another example. B&H Photo and Video has a beautiful Android app, but I don't have it on my phone because I don't shop for cameras every day. Now, if I'm searching for something specific, like a camera bag, I can still get that same experience. With one tap, the app opens up right to the bag I want to buy. Technically, this is a deep link to the Android activity B&H wrote to display this product page. And that's all Google Play needed to download. I can also swipe here and see more details about the bag. Now, when I add it to my cart, the animation there, it was pretty slick. And at checkout time, Android Pay works, just like if I had the app installed. I don't have to pull out my credit card or type in my name and address. With Android Instant Apps, I'm already signed in and I'm ready to pay. And so it's going to take me 2 taps, not 2 minutes. Finally, let's see how Android Instant Apps could help me when I'm out and about. So, I walk up to a parking meter and I need to pay. I'm in a real hurry today and I don't have time to install a parking app. But what if I could just tap my phone, and with NFC, it could bring up the parking app immediately. All I have to do is choose how long I want to park. I'm already done. And now Ficus can run off the stage to his meeting and even add more parking time later if he really needs to. So that's Android Instant Apps. As a user, it's totally seamless, from launching the app to signing in to making payments. Now, as a developer, you'll update your existing app. It's the same Android APIs, the same project, and the same source code. And it can take less than a day of work, depending on how your app is built. You'll modularize your app, and Google Play will download only the parts that are needed on the fly, as we saw here. We're really excited to give developers more ways to get their apps into the hands of users. In addition to discovering your apps in the Play Store and installing them, Instant Apps will provide another on-ramp. People can use your Instant App directly, and, as we showed earlier, if they want to install it, that's easy too. Most importantly, you will be in control of the experiences you build. And when you do make the update, your app will be just one tap away for over 1 billion people. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention one really important detail. So this demo that Ficus did, he actually did that on a phone running KitKat. You should know that Instant Apps is going to be compatible all the way back to Jelly Bean. And we really want for all of you to be able to try this, and we're really going to make it available to you just as soon as we can. But it's a big change in how we think about apps. We want to get it right, and so that's going to take some time for us. We're working now with a small set of developers, and we'll be gradually rolling out access, and actually rolling out Instant Apps to users later this year. We are so excited about all of the opportunities that this will open up. And we can't wait to see what you are going to build when your app is just a tap away. And with that, I'll hand it back to Sundar.
Thank you, Jason and Ellie. Firebase is the most comprehensive developer offering we have done till date. I'm glad it's available today and look forward to hearing your feedback. We talked a lot today about machine learning and AI. We think there is an opportunity to accelerate computing by working on this with everyone else. And so we are trying to do that in two ways. First, we are opening up core components of our machine learning systems. Last year, we open sourced TensorFlow so that developers can embed machine learning and deep neural nets with a single API. In 2015, it was the most forked project on GitHub, and it is the #1 machine learning project on that site. Last week, we open sourced a natural language parser, which is also built on top of TensorFlow. We are doing these things so that we can engage the external community and work on this together with everyone. Second, for developers and companies out there, we are also exposing our machine learning capabilities through our Google Cloud Platform. We already have a cloud machine learning platform underway, and you get access to computer vision, speech, language, and translation APIs. And we are working on bringing many more machine learning APIs so that you can get access to the same great capabilities we have inside Google. We believe this will be one of the biggest differentiators for the Google Cloud Platform over time. And by the way, when you use Google Cloud Platform, you not only get access to the great software we use internally, you get access to specialized hardware we build internally. And talking about that, for machine learning, the scale at which we need to do computing is incredible, and so we have started building specialized custom hardware. We call these tensor processing units, or TPUs. TPUs deliver an order of magnitude higher performance per watt than all commercially available GPUs and FPGAs. And when you use the Google Cloud Platform, you can take advantage of TPUs as well. TPUs are what powered AlphaGo, DeepMind's AlphaGo, in its game against Lace et al. Go is an ancient Chinese board game. It has a simple 19 by 19 grid, but it is one of the most complex games humans have ever designed. It has more possible board configurations, many more possible board configurations than there are atoms in the universe. Beating Go for computers was widely considered to be the grand challenge for AI, and most people thought it wouldn't happen for another decade or so. So we are really thrilled that AlphaGo was able to achieve this milestone recently. One thing worth calling out, in the second game, there was a move 37 by AlphaGo. It changed the course of the game and is now widely considered one of the most beautiful Go moves ever seen in tournament play. It was not just an intuitive move, but a very creative move. We normally don't associate computers with making creative choices. And so to us, this represents a significant achievement in AI. By the way, Lace et al. Has won every single game since he played against AlphaGo, and he has even replayed some of the moves he learned from AlphaGo in that game. As the state-of-the-art capabilities in machine learning and AI progress, we see them becoming very versatile, and we think it applies to a wide range of fields. I want to give you two examples. First, robotics. At Google, a bunch of 20%ers decided to help trained robots to pick up objects. You can see it behind me. This is not new. You usually do it by writing control system code. You program the robots with rules. But this time, they decided to use deep learning techniques. So you create a continuous feedback cycle so that the robots can learn hand-eye coordination by themselves using deep learning. As you can see, they keep doing it and they keep learning it over and over again. And over time, they get better and they even learn natural and useful behaviors. So for example, the robot is nudging the stapler away to pick up that yellow object. We didn't write that rule. The robot learned it automatically using deep learning. So it's an amazing example of what machine learning can do. Another example in healthcare. Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It affects 4.2 million people in the US, in the hands of as many people as possible. But you can see the promise again of using machine learning. When I hear about advancements like these, I'm reminded that we live in an extraordinary period for computing. Whether climate change, healthcare, or education, the most important struggles already have thousands of brilliant and dedicated people working to make progress on issues that affect everyone. Now consider what the best climate change researchers, doctors, or educators can do with the power of machine learning assisting them. As you've seen today, I'm incredibly excited about the progress that we are making with machine learning and AI. We believe that the real test is whether humans can achieve a lot more with the support of AI assisting them. Things previously thought to be impossible may in fact be possible. We look forward to building this future together with all of you. Thank you for joining us at Google I/O.
All right, good morning everyone. We have a couple of more presentations, but before that we have one of rock bands joining with us. Rock songs, what an ideal time to have a couple of rock songs. Right, anyways, they aspire to be software engineers, currently studying at IIT Informatics, and until they set up all the apparatus. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, would like to remind you all that Dialog I/O Extended 2016 is brought to you by none other than Sri Lanka's premier telecommunication services provider, Dialog, alongside Google Developer Group Sri Lanka. As you all are aware, the Google Developer Group Sri Lanka and Dialog, this award-winning component, the unit of Dialog, that is Idea Mart developer ecosystem, work very much hand in hand to have an effective engagement with all the entrepreneurs, developers of Sri Lanka in order to have an increasing innovation as well as to take the Sri Lankan technology talent to the global level. Right, they're getting all the apparatus ready, and from now onwards we'll be having the presentations in the line of Android, the next billion users, and we'll be recognizing the winners of the Google I/O hackathon. The awards will be given away. At the same time, we'll be talking about the growth hacking, the Google Vision API, the next frontier, the rise of artificial superorganisms, and what makes us different from TEST, an Angel Hack International Hackathon, so on and so forth. So much of presentations line up for you before we wrap up this edition of Google I/O Extended. Right. Seems Akunu is all ready, ladies and gentlemen, to give you all some mesmerizing rock tunes. Shall we all put our hands together and welcome the members of Akunu? Come on, big round of applause.
How you guys doing? Alright. We're actually not going to play a rock song first. We're going to play a very slow song and make it more sleepy. Alright, give us a few seconds to chill. Chill. Alright, this first song is a very popular song. I'm pretty sure you all know this song, so please sing with us. Alright, let's do this. You know this song, right? Okay.
Guys, if you know this song, please sing with us.